Hello and welcome to ZaranTech. In today's digital age, managing user identities and access rights is paramount for organizations to maintain security and compliance. Today, we are diving into the crucial world of SAP IDM. Well, in simple terms, it's a system that allows organizations to manage digital identities securely. Studies reveal businesses lose billions yearly to cybercrime, much from identity breaches. In the era of remote work and interconnected systems, robust identity management is vital. Without it, your organization is vulnerable, akin to a fortress with a rusty gate. SAP IDM strengthens security, allowing trusted access and safeguarding data and reputation. This course spans SAP IDM basics to advanced integration techniques, covering user access setup, role management, and security risk mitigation. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Overview of SAP Identity Management 8.0. 2. Database. 3. SAP IDM application configuration. 4. Identity store schema. 5. SAP IDM 8.0 dispatcher utility tool. Let's dive in.
So what exactly SAP IDM? SAP IDM stands for Identity Management. It's a solution for central user administration. Okay. And SAP Identity Management software suite, SAP SE, and earlier it was a third-party tool, and SAP acquired this third-party tool from Maxware in the year of 2007, and it named it as SAP Identity Management. Okay. So what is the need of implementing SAP IDM, and what the core concept of the SAP IDM? We know about central user administration, right, which we configure and implement in ABAP-based applications. So though we have central user administration, we don't have, we can't implement this central user administration for all the applications available in our company, right? So that is, one of the drawback in central user administration. And along with that, when it comes to an application which is specially designed for a particular purpose, so it will, it will more focus on the functionalities of the application. When it comes to CUA is not fully designed for providing all the capabilities of central user administration for SAP and especially non-SAP applications. So with this SAP Identity Management, what we can do is we can integrate, we can configure central user administration, so we can provide central user administration solutions to SAP applications and non-SAP applications as well, right? And there are many functionalities which you cannot find in CUA, the functionalities which SAP Identity Management has, that we will discuss throughout the course. So these are what the applications of SAP. We have, SAP ACC, SAP BA, CRM, SRM, Portal, Solman, BA. These are what the application examples. So having SAP Identity Management, what we can do is we can, configure this identity solutions for all these applications. ECC, BA, these are what, the SAP applications. So for SAP applications, there won't be any problem even with, these other tools we have, that is CUA. But coming to SAP Identity Management, we can also provide the solutions for non-SAP applications. And for non-SAP applications, for example, LDAP. Most of the companies use LDAP, for provisioning the identities, where all the identities are centrally managed and administrated, right? You can also, integrate SAP Identity Management with different types of databases. So the example we have here is Oracle, and we have number of Java applications available in the market. So having SAP IDM, we can also integrate Java applications with this identity management tool. Okay, just can you see my screen?
Yes.
So the question is, why to use only SAP Identity Management? There are a number of identity management solution providers available in the market. So why we should, opt for identity management? Any idea? Any idea? It's very simple, when it comes to SAP IDM. So mostly SAP IDM is implemented for SAP customers. So for example, we have, 6 to 7 applications of SAP, and then why should I go for non-SAP, non-SAP IDM tool, right? Then integration with SAP tools would become a little bit tougher if I go for, non-SAP IDM tool, right? That is the main reason I can say, because, when it comes to IDM tools, there are a number of tools available which already capture the market. So again, coming to SAP IDM, so it is mostly used by the SAP customers. Got it. So we have, different tools available from different vendors. SailPoint, we have IBM Tivoli, we have Microsoft IDM, we have AXA cloud-based management, and we have SAP IDM. Okay. So the main reason I could say that SAP applications are, the bigger applications are used in bigger platforms, and when we have SAP applications, business applications, so for administrating the users centrally, most of the customers would prefer SAP IDM. That's the main reason. Okay. So what is the identity lifecycle in SAP IDM? And if you don't have SAP IDM, how is the process for provisioning or for assigning, So if we don't have SAP Identity Management tool, how we provide access to the new employees? And having SAP IDM, how we can provide? Yes. So when it comes to the manual process, what generally happens, once the employee is, employee is selected, and once he is assigned a particular position, once he joins the company, so what happens, the HR team has to get all his information, okay? His HR team involves for getting all the information of the new employee, and they obviously take a little bit time, and then after they collect the information from the employee, they have to send this information to the technical team. So based on the information provided by the HR team, the technical team has to prepare the access, okay? And meantime, the employee is going to be idle, and we have seen the process whenever we join a new organization. What generally happens, we don't get access to systems for around 1 hour. Sometimes it could be 2 weeks. Understood? It means though the employee time starts, he won't work for 10 to 15 days, which generally happens with non-IDM applications. If you haven't implemented IDM, then getting access to the system will take time, and meantime the employee will be idle, right? So that generally happens. And when it comes to SAP IDM, so once employees hide, what happens? How long does it take for new employee to receive all permissions and become productive in their new job? With IDM tool, IDM is an automated tool. Okay. Once employee joins the company on the same day, the employee get access to the system so that he can start his work. That is the process. IDM is what? It is completely automated application. Whenever an employee joins the organization, on the same day employee gets the access. It is prepared, it is developed in a way that the time should not be wasted and the process has to be automated. When there is an automated process, so employee does not need to wait till he gets, access. He does not need to wait for the system access to start his, job. Okay, okay. So once the employee receives, the access, then he would start working. And for example, he has completed his 3 months or 6 months, then he might be, he might get a new position, right? So when it comes to a new position, without IDM, what generally happens? So once you receive a new position, again, it takes a little bit time to receive the authorizations of the new position, the permissions, the access of the new position. It takes time. Again, you are going to be idle, right?
No.
Irfan, I have a doubt. Like by automation, you mean to say some programs or some jobs are scheduled at the background that helps in this removal of the privileges and assigning the new roles to the user, right?
Yeah, yes. So we have these scripts, and we'll also have in every IDM project, we'll have one IDM developer who will assist us to write the scripts as per the requirement. So we use JavaScript to customize the requirements, and I'll show you the basic JavaScripts, how we can write and how we can implement that in the jobs that I'll cover.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, sorry. So not in this slide, but in the previous slide where we were talking about IDM usage. So, so we have SAP GRC also, right? So, how exactly these two will be different? Because they SAP GRC also provides to the non-SAP solutions the access.
Yeah. So when it comes to SAP IDM and SAP GRC, if you are implementing both, then the role of the GRC will be restricted to only for risk analysis. Understood? So the request will be created for from IDM. Okay, the request for user access will be created from Identity Management, and the request goes to the SAP GRC system, and the risk analysis is performed in the GRC system, and the risk analysis report will be submitted to IDM application, and based on the risk analysis report, the approval has to take the decision whether to approve the request or not. And finally, the provisioning will be done from SAP IDM to the target system. This is one scenario. You can also implement different scenarios that we will discuss. A general idea I'm giving you. So if you have both the systems, you can use GRC, for SOD violation checking, for SOD risk analysis, and then IDM will be used to provision the identities.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. But only one thing. Yeah, how efficient are these two? Which is more efficient?
Obviously, IDM. IDM is specially designed for, provisioning the identities. And GRC, the core concept of the GRC is, to find out the SOD violations, to implement SOD. Right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay? Okay. So, solution in a nutshell. central management of identities over the system landscape. So centrally, you are managing, this is what SAP IDM, and we have SAP applications, SAP SCM, SAP ERP, HCM, SAP ERP, Java applications, portal, SAP portal applications, we have successful. These are what the SAP applications, and these are what non-SAP applications. So you can have any database, okay? Then you can also, implement IDM for legacy applications. You can also implement for OS, for Windows, for Active Directory, for Linux. So mail servers, web apps. So with this IDM, what you can do is you can manage identities centrally from SAP to these applications, SAP applications and non-SAP applications. Rule-driven workflow and approval process. So when you are creating an access in SAP Identity Management for a particular application, let's assume it is database. Okay, so one identity is for database, one identity is for CPM. So what happens? The request will be created, and the request has to follow the approval process. Understood? So based on the request type, based on the content of the request, the approvals will be automatically selected, and then approvals have to review the request, and after reviewing the request, they have to take the decision whether to approve the request or not. So here in SAP IDM, we have the approval process, rule-driven workflow and approval process. Okay, extensive audit trail, logging and reporting functionality. Any activity, each and every activity you perform in SAP IDM, that is going to be audited and logged. You can find all the log, user creation log, role assignment log, role removal log, or changing of user log. Everything is going to be, audited and logged. Okay. And along with that, you can connect a reporting application to SAP IDM and then perform the reporting activities. For example, I just want to find the report of a particular day. Okay, I want to find how many users have been created in the year of 2019 on a particular date. Okay, or to this target system, or by this user. So such kind of reportings we can perform in SAP Identity Management application. Okay, you have number of reporting tools which you can connect to SAP IDM and then perform the reporting activities. You have Lumira, you have View applications. You can use different reporting applications of SAP which you can connect to SAP IDM and get the required report. Okay. So governance through centralized and auditable identity data. So it is governance through centralized and auditable data. Compliance through integration with SAP access control. Okay. So when I'm trying to create a request, so I also want to find whether this request has SOD conflict, SOD violation. How can I, find out that information of the request? User has requested, for example, 5 accesses, or 5 roles, or 5 authorizations. So as an approver, how should I know that? So these 5 authorizations or permissions or roles have SOD violation. So that what you can do for that, You can integrate SAP IDM with SAP GRC access control, and the request will be sent to the SAP access control application. And in SAP access control application, the risk analysis is performed, and the report will be sent back to the SAP IDM application. Based on the risk analysis report, then as an approver, take the decision whether to approve the request or remediate the request or mitigate the request. Understood? Okay. Compliance integrated identity management solution to mitigate segregation activities. So there is a SOD violation, but as per the requirement of our organization, we have to allow this SOD violation. So I need to mitigate the risk of the user and then have to provision the identity into the target system. Okay? Okay, so this is what the SAP Identity Management architecture. We have SAP IDM 8 and SP 6, I believe. Support back of the SAP IDM is SP 6. We have an upgrading. Okay, and the current support back might be 7, which is now running in the market. Okay, so this is what SAP IDM architecture, and I'll also show you all these components in the system. So in SAP Identity Management architecture, these are the components of it. We have Developer Studio and User IDM Admin and User Access, IDM Admin Access. Then we have runtime components, dispatcher, runtime engines. We have IDM utilities. We have virtual directory server. And this is the database, SAP IDM. And the main component of the SAP IDM is what? SAP NetWeaver Application Server Java. So IDM application is a component-based application which is installed on top of SAP NetWeaver Java. When it comes to SAP GRC, SAP GRC is also an ABAP-based application, right? SAP GRC is also an ABAP-based application. Okay. So, and it is a component-based application, and the same way, SAP IDM is also a component-based application which can be installed on top of SAP NetWeaver Java. Okay. So when you install SAP NetWeaver, anyhow, this the installation process is done by the basis team. Okay. Will not have any involvement in the installation process, but we'll discuss about the components. Okay. So when you install SAP IDM, these are the components created in SAP NetWeaver Java. Understood? So we'll discuss about these components. Dev Studio, end user interface, admin user interface, IDM REST API, VDS. Okay, we'll discuss about all this. So we have Developer Studio. Developer Studio is the tool by which you can access SAP IDM application, and this tool is used to perform the administrative task and the configuration task. Understood? So this is what the Developer Studio REST. This is the service which gets installed in AS Java, SAP NetWeaver Application Server Java, and you have to use Developer Studio to access SAP application, and this Developer Studio gets connected to Developer Studio REST service. Okay, I'll show you this Developer Studio. I'll show you all these components. Okay. So Developer Studio is used for configurations and the administrative tasks. So for example, coming to the configurations, what you can do, having Developer Studio, you can, create the repository. You can run the jobs. For example, I want to integrate IDM with SAP ECC application. So I have to use SAP, Developer Studio, SAP IDM Developer Studio, and there I can, perform all the configuration tasks. So after I perform all the configuration tasks, I can, start loading the entities from SAP ECC to IDM. And it is done using Developer Studio. I'll also show you in the system. It's a very simple process. Once we start accessing the system, you will get to know very clearly. Developer Studio is what? You know about SAP GUI, right? How we can log into SAP web-based applications using SAP GUI. Coming to Java-based application, we use web interface, right? For HANA DB, we use HANA Studio, right? So for IDM administrative tasks, you need to use Developer Studio. Got it. In Developer Studio, what we can perform number of activities, which we'll see throughout our training. General example I can give you, we want to integrate SAP IDM with ECC application. So in order to integrate this, you need to perform few configuration tasks, and that is done in the Developer Studio. Understood? Read, we'll come to this, okay? How it reads and from where it collects the data and how it gets communicated. So we'll first discuss about all these, the components, and then we'll come back to this architecture, okay?
Okay. What are the middlewares to integrate IDM and GRC? Is there only VDS?
Yeah, VDS.
Only VDS.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So now, this is what IDM developers do. And then we have end user. How all the end users can communicate, and how end users or business users can create the request. Okay. So we have end user interface, which I'll be showing you in the system. There is a URL for all the end users to access SAP IDM application, and after they access the URL, they'll get logged in to the SAP IDM, where they can perform the self-service task. Understood? They can perform self-service task, and they can perform, the activities belong to the user ID. For example, they want to change the location, they want to change the email ID, they want to change the address, the basic details they can manage by their own, and they'll also have the self-service access by which they can create the request for new access. Okay, that is what. So the end user interface. Then we have IDM admin interface, which will be given to the security administrators or the IDM administrators. And this is also through URL. You can, access SAP IDM admin interface using the web URL, okay? And after you logged in, you can perform number of administrative tasks, okay, which I'll be showing you today itself. Then we have IDM business logic. IDM application has its own business logic. Though the component is installed on top of a Java, IDM has its own logic to process the request. Understood? Okay? Okay. So this is what the developer. So we have two types of users. I'll also show you how we can create these two types of users. One is IDM developer user, and the other one is IDM developer administrator user. Okay. So IDM developer and IDM developer administrator user can access Developer Studio, by which he can perform development activities and he can also perform the administrative tasks using Developer Studio. Okay. Then we have runtime components. Coming to runtime components, we have again two subcomponents, dispatcher and runtime engines. So the very basic idea of the dispatcher is what? Whenever a request is created in SAP IDM application, the request is received by the dispatcher, okay, and dispatcher is responsible to assign the request to a runtime component. Okay, we'll have runtime engines. We can also say that it is the runtime, engine processors which actually process the SAP IDM application. Got it? Runtime components are what? Dispatcher and runtime engines. So dispatcher is responsible to receive the request and it assigns the request to the runtime engines, and runtime engines will communicate with Identity Center database. Again, SAP NetWeaver AS Java will have its own database and SAP IDM will have its own database, separate database. It is not integrated with AS Java. IDM will have a separate database, which I will show you. Okay. So coming to IDM database, we have Identity Center database and IDM DB business logic. So you can also have, logs and edits and configurations and the identity store. Identity store is what? The component where all the identities are created. We'll see how we can create the identity store. We will also configure IDM database. Okay, and the logs and editing of the IDM has its own. IDM has its own logs and edits which you can't find in AS Java application. It is available separately in IDM database. Okay. Then we have VDS, Virtual Directory Server. Before that, let's see. We have the other components in SAP IDM application. So that is SAP Identity Management REST interface. Let's see what we have. SAP Identity Management REST interface is a service API that supports the identity management user interface for HTML5 and for other custom-made user interfaces. SAP OData library is required for this component. So we have SAP REST component, and it is installed during the installation of SAP IDM. You can decide whether you install this component if it is required, and this is for HTML5. Okay. Then we have SAP Identity Management user interface for HTML5. SAP Identity Management user interface HTML5. So we have HTML5 is a user interface based on HTML5 and JavaScript developed using SAP user interface development toolkit, and these are what used by the developers. Identity management REST interface and identity management user interface for HTML5 are used by the developers. And then we have for SAP Identity Management portal content. Okay. So portal content integrates SAP Identity Management with universal work list. Configured universal work list on the portal is required for this component. So it depends on your requirement whether you would integrate or not. And then we have identity filtration. Identity filtration is used for single sign-on. Okay, single sign-on and for SAP and non-SAP applications. So we'll come back to this architecture again. We have IDM utilities. Okay, we have different utilities available in the SAP IDM application that I'll be showing you. And then we have VDS, Virtual Directory Server, which is a standalone. It means you can install Virtual Directory Server on SAP IDM host, or you can also install SAP Virtual Directory Server on a separate host. And this is used for the communication between SAP IDM database and the external repositories and applications. For example, if you have, LDAP, Active Directory, or if you have, Linux, or if you have any external application, so that application can communicate through Virtual Directory Server. Okay? Okay. So now, and Virtual Directory Server can also be an integrated component. You can decide whether you would maintain Virtual Directory Server separately or whether you would maintain Virtual Directory Server on the same host. So here we have a VDS, which is a standalone VDS, and this is what the integrated VDS on your AS Java with SAP IDM component. Okay, I'll now show you. So this is what the developer and user, IDM admin users. So IDM admin and end users, communicate to SAP IDM application through user interfaces. Okay, and user interfaces components we have in IDM application. So the request comes to AS Java. As we discussed that the IDM application is installed on top of AS Java. So we have a user interface component. What it does, the request comes to AS Java, and from there it comes to a user interface component. Then we have IDM business logic in AS Java application. Okay, from there it communicates with IDM database, identity central database. The same way we have for IDM admin, you have a separate user interface, you have a separate URL, and you also have a component which takes care of all the IDM admin, the request or IDM admin task. So it communicates with IDM business logic, then it connects to identity central database. Okay, and we have VDS. As we discussed, it can be integrated or it can also be standalone. So what it does, it will communicate directly with the database here, and it communicates with database directly here. So the external applications get connected to VDS, virtual directory server. And then we have user. We have two types of users, IDM developer user and IDM developer administrator. So these developer and developer administrator users uses Developer Studio tool to connect to SAP IDM to perform development objects and the administrative objects. So we have one component, Dev Studio REST component, which is installed on top of AS Java, so it communicates through Dev Studio REST. Okay, and all the requests of the SAP IDM application are, processed by the runtime components, and runtime components as dispatcher and runtime engine. So dispatcher receives the request, and then dispatcher will assign this request to the runtime engines. So the runtime engines process the request and then provides the output. Okay. Now I'll show you all these components in the system. Hope you all have received system access. Have you received the system access?
Yes. If on one question here.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, when you say that IDM business logic, so is it like a client specific logic or it is like something with reference to the tool specific?
It is tool specific, not a client specific. Because AS Java is what? AS Java will have its own logic because AS Java is a platform, right? Like AS ABAP, we have a platform. If you take ECC application, that is, what it is? It is AS ABAP based application, right? So AS ABAP will have its own logic. And why are you installing ECC on top of AS ABAP? Because ECC has its own functionality. So the AS ABAP cannot understand the ECC functionality, so you need to install ECC. The same way AS Java cannot understand all these configurations, all these user provisioning concept, all these editing concept of IDM. So IDM has its own, logic. Got it?
Yeah. So
Okay.
is it like a developer would be doing kind of I mean, it's kind of an algorithm which he will be.
No, we never touch that. We never touch that. Understood? It is a technology design. Okay? It is just a technology design. Okay? So when it comes to IDM Developer Studio is a part of Eclipse. Understood? Eclipse is the Java technology, right? So Eclipse, this is what the Eclipse, and you all will have the access. So how I'm accessing now, the same way you can access your systems. Okay, anyway, you can have to access the systems from tomorrow, or if you want to access today, that's okay. So when I'm opening Eclipse, it is asking you to provide, or it is asking you to create workspace. Every user will have his own workspace. Whatever the development or administrative task you have done, that will be available in your own workspace. All the configurations, the development objects, whatever you have created, that will be under your workspace. Understood? Okay? So this is my workspace. Now click on OK. It's better you can start accessing the system. And I would say that IDM is a little bit tougher technology when it comes to SAP securities. Okay. I found IDM is the most, the complex technology because we are not very much used to, the AS Java applications. We do work mostly on ABAP-based applications, right? So we don't, use AS Java application. That's what it looks a little bit, difficult in the beginning, but once you start working on it, it becomes very easy. Okay. So this is what Eclipse, and you can find, just click on this open perspective. Here you will find all the available tools of Eclipse. So using Eclipse, you can access different tools, database development, then integration operations. You have Java browsing, JavaScript you can write using Eclipse. Okay, and you can also use Eclipse for SAP HANA administration. Right? We use HANA Studio. So the same HANA Studio functionality can also be accessed by Eclipse, but you need to install this component in the Eclipse. Okay, HANA development, HANA plan wizard, and this is what SAP Identity Management. Okay, you need to click on this. Okay. So what I do is I'll remove all these entries. Okay, I'll remove all these entries so that I can show you everything from the beginning. Okay, here you have the perspective. You can decide which one you want. Okay, let's close this. Okay. Click on Windows menu. preferences. Okay, here these are the tools available in Eclipse. And coming to us is SAP Identity Management, and then we have connections, right? So what I do is we remove everything. Everything is now removed, so you get only this when you open your Eclipse for the first time. Okay, now again I'm trying to open Eclipse. So it is asking me to create a new workspace. Okay, it is already exist. Click on OK. So there is no entry available. So we need to add the details of the IDM application. How we can add the details of the SAP IDM application? Windows, Preferences, and here we have SAP Identity Management and then the connections. Just click on SAP, click on this plus sign. Here, name, you can provide any name. I'm defining it as, okay, the restriction I can provide. Now it will ask you to provide application server, port number, and the data source which you will create in the next session. We'll do all the configurations in tomorrow's session. Okay. So you have to provide host name or the IP address, but here it is installed on the same machine, so I'm just defining it as local port. So coming to the port, port is 5. Port of the SAP IDM is 5. Instance number then 00 or 01. 00 HTTP. So if HTTPS is configured, then you can use 01. When it comes to our system, the instance number is 5. Instance number is 00, and if it is HTTP, then 00. If it is HTTPS, 50001. Okay, this will be to access your IDM application. Okay, so 500 is the instance number, and HTTP. I'm not sure whether HTTPS is configured. Okay, if it is not configured, you can use 00. If it is configured, then you can use 0. Data source. This is what the very important configuration that we perform tomorrow. Okay, in tomorrow's session. So the data source will always be this. IDM must be in caps. B has to be caps. This has to be data source. IDM data source. Then there's to be EV. D has to be in capital. You have to follow this naming convention for defining IDM data source. I will define IDM data source in tomorrow's session. Just click on apply. Click on OK. That's it. Now the entry is added. Okay, just click on this. So, and when you install SAP IDM, if it is a new system, what happens? During the installation itself, system will ask you to define the IDM developer administrator user. Okay, so that is the only user by which we can log into IDM Developer Studio. You cannot log in with any other, user ID than the user ID we defined during the installation. So you have to get this information from the basis team. What is the user ID you define for IDM Developer Administrator user? Okay, here we have IDM admin, and the password we use for all the users is India123 ISCAP. Yeah, it is India at the rate 123, India at 1. Okay. Now I just accessed. This is what the identity set. Okay. Logged in user is IDM admin. Here I can show you. This is the management console. Here we have under management section. You get all the job logs we perform. Okay, here I don't see any job. It's a completely new system. Okay, it's a completely new system. We'll do all the considerations from scratch. Okay, so that if you get any issue, you will get to know how we can troubleshoot the issues we face. Then execution logs. So any job execution you have done or any task execution, that information you can find in execution log. And then we have repositories. So as of now, no repositories configured in our system. And then we have dispatcher. By default, you get only one dispatcher. Okay. By default, you get only one dispatcher, which is by default down. We need to start this dispatcher. That we will see how we can start, stop, how we can administrate SAP Identity Management dispatcher. We have a tool called dispatcher utility tool. Okay. By using dispatcher utility tool, we can perform all the dispatcher administrative tasks. We can install a new dispatcher, we can delete the existing dispatcher, we can start dispatcher, we can stop dispatcher. Okay. So currently we have one dispatcher. Let's see the status of the dispatcher. It is up and running. So I can see the dispatcher disp02. Okay. So you can see the dispatcher disp02 and currently it is stopped. Okay. Task approval, and then we have relations, housekeeping jobs, running jobs. So this dispatcher is responsible to perform task, approvals, relations, housekeeping jobs, and running the repository jobs. It depends what you choose. For example, we have 5 repositories. Okay, I want to assign the repositories to be performed, repository activities to be performed only by one dedicated dispatcher. I don't want repository jobs to be performed, by the dispatcher, which is also responsible to perform housekeeping jobs. Understood? So that way we can, manage the dispatchers. Okay? So I can see now the dispatch stop status is stopped. Okay. How we can start and stop that. Then what we have here is I'll provide you the overview of all the components we have seen in the architecture today. Okay, so that we can get some idea how we can do all this. So now we'll discuss about this. Any doubts here? Any doubts, queries?
Hello.
Yeah, please.
So I just have a question. Like for 8.2, you are showing us the Eclipse, right?
Yeah.
And for 7.2, the previous version. So if you had to define, or differentiate between both, so what would that be in place of Eclipse?
See,
What
very,
were
very
we
simple.
using?
Yeah, very simple. In the previous version, we used to have identity center, which is a separate component. Understood? Now that identity center is available through Eclipse. Very simple. If you are aware of HANA Studio, have you used HANA Studio? Any
No,
idea?
not yet.
Okay. So HANA Studio was a separate tool earlier, right? Now HANA Studio is also available from Eclipse. That's it. HANA Administration Console. I'm opening it now. Okay. So here is HANA Administration Console. Here. Okay. So earlier we used to have identity store. You will have an icon. So you just need to double click on it and you get whatever now I can see using the Eclipse. That's the difference. Okay. And
Okay.
what other terminologies got changed, that also I'll show you wherever it is required.
Yeah. Sure. Thanks.
And how is it going to be advantages when we are using it through the Eclipse Identity Center when we are using it through the Eclipse?
Yeah, coming to Eclipse is more user friendly than your, the traditional, than your older identity center. Understood? Just the interface got changed, nothing much. Just the interface got changed. So whatever we are able to access through Eclipse, the same most of the functionalities you used to access using the Identity Center. Now Identity Center is a part of the Eclipse. Correct. Okay. So shall we have a break now?
Yeah, I have another question actually. Sorry.
Yeah.
So we have actually used the data source name, right, when we are configuring that one. So
Yeah.
what exactly it is going to create for us?
Sorry, what exactly?
What exactly it is going to? There is one server and the other one is port. Then we have data source as well. So what does that data source actually give us?
Data source is establishing communication from your AS Java to IDM database. As we can see here in the architecture, let me show you. This is the architecture and the connection has to be established. Our connection has to be defined in AS Java so that the request can communicate, the request can pass through AS Java to IDM database. That I'll show you in detail in our coming session. Tomorrow only will come data source. That's
so
the
would it be
idea.
different? Would it be different for every user, or
No, not at all, not at all. It is just the connection we are establishing from AS Java to IDM database because we cannot directly interact with the IDM database directly. The end user cannot interact to IDM directly. IDM database directly. Admin user cannot interact. Even developer cannot directly interact with the IDM database. There has to be a mediator. That mediator is SAP Network Application Server Java, where we have to define the database details so that you can communicate through this component. Okay.
Okay. And what about the IDM admin user? When is it created?
Same. Only the URL will be different. Okay. Here, for example, HTTPS hostname /IDM. Here /IDM admin. That's it. That's the only URL. That's the only change in the URL which I'll be showing you.
No, I mean the user, IDM admin user.
It
Is it
all
normally
depends
created
on
when
the
the
access. Yeah, I'll explain. It all depends on the access assigned to you. If you have the access of IDM admin interface, then you can access IDM admin interface. Privileges. Got it.
okay.
So we were just discussing about, so we just have seen how we can access SAP Developer Studio. And now I'll show you how we can access user interface. Okay. End user interface and IDM admin interface. I'll show you both, and we'll also see the functionalities of end user interface and admin interface. You can access end user interface and admin interface using web browser. The URL to access end user interface is hostname : port, okay, and ID. Okay, this is what IDM end user interface. Last one, provide user and password.
Sorry, Irfan, can you just repeat again? Hostname, port, and /IDM or ADM.
IDM. I'll
Okay.
write down here. URL to access end user interface. HTTP. If it is HTTPS, the port will be changed. It will be 10 IDM. If it is HTTPS, then the port gets changed. Fine. HTTP. This is the one. For HTTP is this one. Currently we are accessing HTTP. So, show you here. So actually, we have not yet configured IDM interface and IDM admin interface.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I have logged in with in the UI as you suggested for IDM. So I have used the IDM admin and the password India123. So it asking for the change password. So I can change that.
Yeah, but just wait. Actually, the thing is that I've asked for shadow system.
Okay.
Because on the first day I could show you some interfaces. Okay, and from the second day we'll configure everything from the beginning. Understood? We only will configure. That system is not yet configured. And the system which I'm currently using is a shadow system. So I just did some configurations to show you the interfaces. Understood?
Okay then. Yeah, we will wait. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Then, so IDM admin interface is, we call it is IDM admin. This is the IDM admin interface. As it is not yet configured, so I can see some errors which will later show. These are the two interfaces we have: IDM interface and IDM admin interface. Okay. So, okay, these are the two interfaces we have. We have seen IDM Developer Studio, and these two interfaces have to be configured. We have to create data sources, and then we have to create users, assign required privileges, then only the users can access these interfaces. Okay. And now, these These are the two interfaces we have. And you can find all the details of the system on your desktop. There is a file, IDM details file, so you can get it. So when you open Eclipse for the first time, you get this welcome screen, which you can close, and now you can access IDM Developer Studio from here. Just move to please. SAP Identity Management. Now what we do is, anyhow we have discussed about the interfaces and the components of IDM. So we just need to check now the IDM user interface and IDM admin interface. Unless we configure, the data sources, we cannot check. So let's start the configurations now. Is that fine? So the first thing after we get the system from the basis team, we need to configure data sources. Two data sources we need to configure. One is for IDM database, and one is for IDM Developer Studio. Any of that I'll explain. And the tools we use, AS Java tools we use in IDM is used for IDM application. For IDM application are NWA, Network Administrator tool, then UME, AS Java UME. I'll explain more. Okay. User management engine. Okay. These are the two tools we use of AS Java for SAP IDM application. Okay. I'll also show you IDM database. We have MS SQL database. Connect. Databases, and this is the database we have for IDM. As we have seen here, IDM will have a separate database. Okay, this is what the IDM database, separate database for IDM. I am showing you now. This is the name of the database for IDM, IC_DB, which you have to define during the installation. Okay. And under security, I can show you few users which we will use getting the configuration of data sources. We have IC admin, admin operator user, admin user of IDM database is responsible to perform all the administrative tasks. Operator user can perform only the basic tasks. Then we have provisioning user, which we need to use for provisioning the identities from IDM to the target systems. Okay, we'll use these two users, and we'll also use the other users. Runtime user. Okay. So coming to the runtime users, as we have seen, we have dispatch. We have runtime components, okay, and these runtime components are managed by the runtime user. Runtime components. But so we have runtime user, RT user, and then a basic user. Okay, then we have the user which is responsible to store the information of the schema, database schema. Then we have one user called sys. Sys user is responsible to maintain the system statistics information, database statistics information. Understood? Okay. These are the users available in SAP IDM database. Okay. Yeah, please.
Yeah, what is the purpose of OPER_U user? So it's, you said it's a basic operations, right? So what are the basic operations? Any examples?
Basic operations are nothing but just checking the logs. Okay, audit logs, such information could be retrieved by this operator user.
Okay, user underscore u.
User underscore u, generally we don't use. Again, coming to this is the technology of MS SQL. Any database you create in MS SQL, you get these default users. Understood? So
Okay.
the users for IDM application, we use admin user. We don't use operator user. We use again provisioning user. We use runtime users. Runtime users we use for managing the runtime components. Provisioning user we use to provision the identities from IDM to the target system. Admin user we use for the data source. That I'll be showing you.
Okay, in case if some auditors will ask what is the exact purpose of these two users, so if there is no purpose of these two users, if we
There is a
delete these
purpose.
users,
There is a purpose. I have PPT for that. I'll be again explaining this. Okay.
okay,
I plan to have this configuration in tomorrow's session, but nothing is configured, so we can't even see the interfaces. That's what I started. I'm starting configurations now. Understood?
okay,
Okay? Don't worry.
Okay.
I'll explain about this again in tomorrow's session. Okay. So as we discussed, we have two tools for managing the SAP IDM application from ASIA. Okay, NWA, Network Administrator Tool, and UMA, User Management. And along with that, what we do is let's configure PSR. So all these tools are recorded. So the first activity we have to perform after we receive IDM application is to configure data sources. To configure data sources, we have to use Network Administrator and the URL for accessing Network Admin tool is hostname, port, and then NWA. Okay. So we have default user administrator. India password and system. India Okay, so now we are accessing Network Administrator. So this is where we are now. We are in the initial screen. So just go to Configuration tab. And to Configuration tab, you have Infrastructure, okay, and you have Application Resources, where we configure data sources, okay. And before we create data sources, we also need to define database driver, okay. The database will have its own driver, okay. Database driver. Just need to configure the database driver. So now deploy new JDBC driver. Okay, any name you can provide. I'm just defining it as this is what JDBC driver name. You can provide any name, but you just need to define the path of the JDBC driver where it is installed. Okay, so your basis team will provide you this information where JDBC is available. So I'm selecting the driver SQL JDBC4. If it is Oracle, you need to define the Oracle driver. If it is HANA DB, you need to define HANA DB. If it is Max DB, you need to define the driver of the Max DB. Okay, this is the path and click on OK. Save. And this driver we are going to define in data sources. I'll show you how we define, how we use this driver in data sources. Save. Okay, now the driver is configured. Defining GDBC driver is the first step here. And now I'm creating data source. Creating data source. Creating data source. Now select this, all resources. Okay, you can see from now. Part is what? Configuration, infrastructure, application resources. Okay, so there might be few data sources which I want to delete, and I'll show you everything from the beginning, but I just want to collect some values from here. Okay, I'll explain these values. Every database will have its driver name. Okay. This is what driver name. Okay. And then driver URL. This you can find again configuration guide to all, all the values, all the information, database information for this database, what a driver name, what URL you have to define, that you can get in configuration guide. Okay. So for our database, driver name is this, and for URL, this is the database. Okay. Anyhow, what I do now is I'll delete this entry as we are going to configure a new system. Okay. Delete selected source.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, just a doubt. Could you just emphasize on JDBC driver?
JDBC driver is what? Java database connector. Okay. And this JDBC is required for all the database to connect to database. Understood? Using JDBC driver only we can connect to any database. Got it?
Okay.
And every
So
database will have its own drivers. Yeah, please. There are two drivers, JDBC and ODBC. Open Database Connector and Java Database Connector. Got it?
Okay, so that would be the significance of JDBC driver. Also, in case of JDBC driver, we don't have anything else, right? So it is only through JDBC driver that we can connect to another database. That's
100%.
it.
Any database, not only even in IDM. If you are even connecting to Oracle database, if you are performing an administrative task in Oracle database or HANA database, you will have a tool, right? For HANA database, we have HANA Studio. Okay. How you can connect to HANA database from HANA Studio? There must be a JDBC driver between the tool and the actual database. The very basic thing, the common thing for any database. Got it?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is this clear?
Yeah, adding to that, Irfan, so these all the information we need to get it from the base system. It's not like we need to figure it out by ourselves.
Actually, you know what's happening in most of the projects, as I have worked in number of IDM projects. So we need to have communication with the basis team to get the inputs from them, right? And because they also don't know exactly what they have to do, we only do it. Configurations we do. Understood? The information of the system we collect from the basis team. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So currently there is no what we call it is data source defined. I'm creating a new data source. Create new resource, select new JDBC custom data source. Okay. Application name. And this is the most important configuration I can say. If you make even a small mistake here, the entire communication will not work with IDM. Okay. So application, you can provide any name. Okay. I can say it as TCS IDM data source. As I said, the naming convention must be for data source. What is the naming convention? The naming convention is IDM, which has to be in caps, underscore, T has to be cap, data just has to be cap. Okay. This is the name you have to give, IDM underscore data source. Then we have created one driver, right? The driver name we have created is TCS driver. SQL engine. So every database again will have its own SQL engine. For MS SQL we use NetSQL. Okay. Isolation level. Isolation level is transaction read committed. Okay. So we always have to use isolation level transaction read committed. And the JDBC version. The version of the JDBC we have is 1x. So using this. Now here we need to provide the details of IDM database. Okay. Now close this. So the first field it is asking is driver class. As we discussed, every database will have its driver class name. So for Microsoft Server SQL, this is the driver class. Then the driver URL. So we just have to make some changes here. So the database URL is JDBC SQL Server, and this is the host. So I'm not sure about the host name, so I'm defining it as local host. Okay. And database, what is the database name we have? Our database name is IC underscore DB. This is the name we need to provide. IC. underscore DB. Okay. As we discussed, we are going to use few users here. So we have to use now IC underscore PR user ID for IDM data source. Again, we have two data sources. One is IDM data source, the other one is IDM developer studio, which we will create after we finish this. Okay. So the user name we have is database name, that is IC underscore PROB is the user ID we are using. Is used for provisioning the identities. And the password we are using here is India123. Okay. The password we are using here is India123. Okay. Just hold for a moment, please. Hold for. So now for the password is India. Let's check. Now defining let's save it.
So the users are normally directly created by IDM database implementation time, or do we have to specifically create those users?
Which users? The users available here, right?
Yeah.
No, these are the default users.
And
Okay,
what about the access to these users? How are they going to be separated?
See, they will have provisioning user will have provisioning access privileges. Understood? Okay, provisioning user will have provisioning privileges. Again, don't worry, I'll again explain about these users in detail in our tomorrow's session, what privileges they'll have. But these are the default users created during the installation. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, when we are creating the database, at that time, how is it making sure that these users are being created for IDM purpose only?
Because this database is created only for the purpose of IDM. During the installation of IDM application knows that what users I need, what authorizations I need to provide. Understood? Got it.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
See, when it comes to Windows, for example, Windows, there are few activities in Windows we do perform using only administrator. Understood?
Yeah, correct. So when we are creating IDM database, so it is being done by directly on the server, right? Database server. The Oracle is being Oracle, using Oracle. We are creating a database. So during the database creation time, we are not using IDM application, right, to create the database.
No,
we are
that is what.
creating.
No. What happens during the installation? When we install SAP IDM application, during the installation, the database is created, not before the installation. Understood? Got my point. This is what the database of MS SQL. Under this database, you will have, n number of databases. Got my point. First, MS SQL database will be created. Later, what happens, even if you have some basis knowledge, when we install ECC application, operating system users get created during the installation. It does not mean we install the operating system later. Operating system is installed first. Later, got it, ADM, SID ADM users, service users get created. That is specially for the application purpose. Understood?
Okay.
Got it.
And that underscore U is just an addition, and it is not the part of the...
Yeah, that's the suffix.
Okay. Yeah,
not
thanks.
Required. Go ahead. Thanks. Okay, so how do I know that the connection is successfully established from AS Java to IDM? We can
sorry, another thing. Previously we have actually copied that driver class name and the URL from some other driver information. So if it is the initial setup, so then how to get these two information?
That is what you have IDM document, IDM configuration guide available. It is available for all. You can just simply search in Google and you will get the document of around 1200 pages where you get all the values returns. Or you can, for example, if you need the driver class name of what we call HANA returns, simply search it. You can find that. Understood? It is available in IDM documentation and it is also available everywhere. Okay.
So depending on the database, what driver class name it should be and all, it would be there.
100%. True.
Okay.
That's correct. Okay. Okay. How should I know that it's working fine? Simply ping connection. If everything goes well, then only it will be successful.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a primary function of SAP IDM? Option A, sales management. Option B, human resource management. Option C, identity governance and administration. Option D, supply chain management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Ready to become a master of managing identities? Our SAP IDM course is here to guide you through it. You can learn at your own pace, right here on our platform. Throughout this course, you will delve into SAP IDM, which is like a handy toolkit for managing identities, ensuring they're where they need to be. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks. It's crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are pros in the field with years of experience. They're here to support your learning journey and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. But here's the best part. It's budget friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. So, are you ready to become a SAP IDM Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.
Congrats. So we have successfully created IDM data source. If you make even a small mistake, for example, I'll change this IC to anything. Let's see what happens. But connection is failing. Cannot establish a connection. Got it? So you have to make sure that all the details have to be correct. Make sure that all the details are correct. Then only the connection can be established. So RC is IC, save, ping connection. But if you make any mistake, whether it is user ID or password or driver class name or database URL, understood? Okay.
So here, just for the clarification here, if you did not, for example, the database URL, you do not remember exactly. So as localhost work, because since it is in the same,
Yeah.
you know,
Then you can
address.
get the host name from the basis team. They'll provide you the host name or the IP address. Understand? You can either give IP address or host name. Anyhow, IP address or host name.
Okay.
Got it. Let me check. Okay, let's try that. Let's try that.
Yeah, it will
What
be
happens? Yeah. Now I'm trying to find out. Let's server 610 is the host. Let's try with this name whether it gets connected or not. Okay. So, server 610. And the actual reason I'm not using the host name because we have shadow systems. Both are same, so there could be conflict. That's what I'm not using that host name. Server 610. Let's save. See what happens. It is able to communicate, right? Is that clear?
Yes. Thank you.
So Irfan, I see that you have just changed the thing and you try to do this. So it has displayed saying that for more details, see the message area. So where we can see where is the message area?
Yeah, we can also find Java logs. Logs we have to find. I'll show you the logs. In the next session, I'll show you logs where we can find all the information. Okay.
Oh, No, I thought like somewhere in this screen only we have that.
No, we cannot
Okay.
find it here. Okay.
Oh, okay, fine.
Okay. So now the connection is successfully established. It means, let's go back to the architecture. Okay. It means now, okay, now when an end user tries to communicate, he can now connect IDM data center database. Got it? Understood? Okay. So this is fine. This, connection we have successfully established. Okay. This connection we have now successfully established. Now we also need to establish the connection for developers studio. Understood? See here, it is coming from here. It is coming from here. For this also we need to establish one connection. Okay? Right. So now we'll configure data source for IDM Dev Studio. Okay. This is done successfully. Now let's configure data source for Dev Studio. New JDBC custom data source. You can drop it any name. Defining it as Dev Studio. Data source name. Naming convention for data source is IDM. Capital letter. Then DAT. S. RCE. Then underscore. E has to be capital. And yes, again has to be. IDM data source Dev Studio. Now, driver name. So we created one driver, that is TCS driver. So native SQL, isolation level, transaction rate committed, then JDBC. That is fine. And coming to database driver class name, database URL, which we have already copied. So it's now. Just hold this. Okay, so let's copy this driver. Okay, I'm just going to change these details.
So now we are creating a data source for
IDM Developer Studio.
okay, for application and studio. It is going to be different data source.
Yeah. Okay. Is here. Is it IC or ID? IC. Okay. IC. And then this time we are using the user ID. IG. Okay. So this India. Yes. Let's see. Now it is successfully saved. So let's ping the connection. Now connection is successfully established. Okay. Now what we do? We'll test this connection in Developer Studio.
Excuse me, Irfan, I have a question. From where we will be getting the password for these users that you are using here? From the system or somewhere? Hello? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir,
Yeah,
you are audible.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now you are audible.
Yeah, please tell me what's your question.
Yeah, I was asking from where you are giving the passwords for the users here in the screen.
Yeah, that's good. During the installation, the basis team define the passwords, master password they have to define. So whatever the password they have defined, they will give it to us. So based on that, we can use these user IDs and passwords. As I said, like we have all the passwords of the installation idea, India one, I is capital. Okay. Okay.
So during
Yeah.
the application, from the application, we are creating the database, and at that time, the users are getting created.
Yes,
And
exactly.
the password, there will be there should be a default password for those users, right?
Yeah, 100%, 100%. It will ask you to define the master password. So whatever the user ID, whatever the users get created during the installation, the master password will be applied.
So that would be done by us only, right? But basis team would not be created.
Basis team will install the application. They are not going to create anything. During the installation, these get created, all these user IDs. Understood?
Okay, okay, fine.
Got it. Okay. So now we have successfully created two data sources. One data source is for IDM and another one is for IDM or developer studio. Okay. So now let's access the developer studio. We'll see what happens. Just let's go to Windows Preferences, okay, or Windows Preferences. We just need to remove, the end. Okay, let's remove the existing entries. Options. Windows Preferences. Let's add it. So we need to provide, that is base Java server details you need to put where IDM application is installed. IDM application is always installed on top of base Java. So here we have local host. The address are the host. 9 is 500. This is the data source that we have created. See that data source text. All the details Now it will ask you user ID and password. And coming to this user ID and password, what generally happens? So what we have to do is, okay, now when we are trying to access Developer Studio, it is asking a user ID and password. Okay, so this is called, it is asking for IDM Developer Administrator user. IDM Developer Administrator. And this user has to be defined during the installation of IDM application. So you will have one option, define IDM Developer Administrator. So during the installation, what generally basis guys do, just they'll give one name, any name they can give. So here it is given it as IDM, just the name, and the user ID is also not exist. Okay, the only entry is added in the IDM database. So what we need to do is, we need to create this user ID in AS Java UME, and we need to provide the required privileges. Then only the user can log into the system, log into the Developer Studio. So now I am showing you how to create IDM Developer Administrator user, and this is the only user ID by which you can log into the IDM Developer Studio first time. Later you can add, you can create n number of, the IDM Developer Administrator user, right? For example, when ECC is installed, what you get only SAP star and DDIC. Using those SAP star DDIC, you need to create the other users. Here we get only one user ID which is defined during the installation, and using that user ID we can create other users. So for IDM Developer Administrator, an option is available. System itself will ask you to define the name of the IDM Developer Administrator. Okay, and the basis guys have defined the name as IDM admin. So we need to create this user ID in AS Java U. Again, when it comes to IDM, okay, when it comes to IDM application, what generally happens is, okay, the user is always authenticated through AS Java. Understood? User authentication for IDM application is always done through AS Java. So we need to create the user ID now in AS Java. Okay, let's go. System.
One question here, Irfan. So earlier in 7.2, it is not like this. Earlier, this authentication was done using IDM user ID only, not as Java in 7.2. Any particular reason?
No. Even in 7.2, it used to be done through AS Java only, which I'm talking about the admin users. I'm not talking about the identity users, which again we'll discuss later. Understood?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
End users, admin users, developers users. Even in 7.2 had to be, authenticated through AS Java only, not directly to identity database.
What I'm saying is the identity center, when you are accessing the identity center, so we were using our SQL user ID, not the as Java user ID.
It might be then, because what I have seen, I worked a long back for IDM 7, but the user authentication had to be done through AS Java only.
Okay. Got it. But in our current 7.2 system, so it is with the identity IDM user only, IDM DB user only. So just want to know why this new way of.
Again, I'll tell you. See, the concept is now whatever the user IDM admin we are using, that is already exist. means it is created in identity center database. It is there,
Correct.
but it is not here. Got it. So
Correct.
I just need to create here because, okay, you are telling me that you used it in 7.2. Then
Correct.
how did you assign the privileges?
Right. Correct. So in DB level only.
You used to provide it in DB level?
Right. So no, for this particular IDM underscore RT underscore U for that ID, we used to connect to identity center.
Yeah. That's correct. That's correct. But here it is not. We are not using. Yeah, we can connect to IDM database using IDM underscore RT. Okay.
Correct.
IC underscore RT. That
Correct.
is okay. But here we are using Developer Studio. Still, you can connect to developer database directly using the database users. IC underscore admin, IC underscore provision, IC underscore RT, IC underscore operator, IC underscore user. You can directly connect to database.
Okay.
Understood. But
Yeah, fine.
administrative tasks have to be performed by AS Java users.
As Java users. Okay.
Not the database users directly.
That is the one of the difference in 7.2 and 8.1.
Yeah. Okay. Now let's do it in the system. So now, okay, this is fine. So I have no user. So what I do now is we need to access AS Java UML. As I said, we use two AS Java tools for IDM application. One is NetViewer Administrator tool. We just have used it to create data sources. Now we are using AS Java UML tool, okay, for user administration.
So you mean that studio operations, whatever it is being done, it has to be the user also needs to be present in the AS Java, and the runtime users and can need not to be there in the AS Java.
Yeah, that's me.
If AS Java is down, so we cannot access the Developer Studio, right?
100%. You cannot access. AS Java must be up and running. Then only you can access.
Does that mean our application is also down?
Yeah, 100%. You cannot access your IDM application if AS Java is down.
So can we have, let's say, AS Java in a particular scenario, AS Java, so in portal UME, it would be authenticated for the identity center. Can we have separate authentication related to AS Java instead of configuring it for the main portal system in the landscape?
See, we don't use a separate. We don't use this AS Java must be used only for your IDM application. You cannot use it for other purposes. Understood?
Okay.
Got it. Okay.
So this AS Java should be only for IDM only.
Yeah, 100%. Okay. So now, so
we have this portal, right? Portal where ECC and HR and other components are also be integrated with
Java.
Yeah. That's
yeah. So that AS Java is the only one that we would be using for identity.
Yeah, same AS Java, but when we have IDM application, better not to use your IDM application, your IDM AS Java for other purposes.
Right. It should be better to have it as standalone.
Yeah, standalone, only for your IDM application.
Okay.
So the user ID, just hold for a moment, please. Just hold for a moment, please. Yeah, so now what we are doing, access AS Java UME, that is administrator. Password we might have changes, right? India @ Now let me show you. It is there. I just want to delete it. Why it is exist? The reason is, I did some configurations before the training because we should not have any issues. Okay, so I'll just delete it and I'll show you everything from the beginning. So we should not have any confusion. Okay. So okay, and along with this, I'll also show you one more thing. This is tables. Got it. So this is the table MC underscore users. Okay, and I can see there is only one user exists. All the IDM developer administrator users, IDM developer users are created in this table. Okay, I'll show you. After we create this IDM admin in Java, we'll create custom IDM administrator users, and we'll check this table again. Currently, I can see, for example, if the basis guy hasn't given you the user ID which he defined during the installation, that information you can find. Understood? Okay, that's fine. Create user. I'm creating a user. Call IDM. And the last one is manager. That's fine. Now save this user. So what privilege is required for IDM developer administrator user? I'll show you that, or we can also create by default. You get few default users. I'll show you. Let me show you the default one which are I'll create now. C IDM Dev Studio. Okay. What exact authentication authorization has to be provided? That I'll show you. IDM Developer Studio Access. So assign actions. So there is an AS Java action, that is IDM underscore authenticated underscore studio. This is the AS Java action that has to be assigned to the user so that user will have access to IDM developer studio. Understand? This is the access required for IDM developer or IDM administrator user to access developer studio. Is that clear?
The only one?
This is the only one. Later I'll show you what the other actions required. I'll show you. And now you can ask me how we got this action. Do we get this action by installing AS Java? No. When you are installing SAP IDM application, this action will be created in AS Java. Got it? Is that clear?
Yes. Can you repeat again? Can you repeat?
See, you can ask me now. The process is what? First portal is installed. Do we get this action in the portal? No. When we install IDM on portal, then this action is created. Got it? Okay.
Okay. So when we are this will be done by basis only again.
100%. It is not separately done. Automatically it comes when IDM application is installed on top of AS Java. This will be created.
Yeah, that is what. So they are creating it on AS Java. So when they base system they created it, this entry would directly be showing in the frame.
Yeah, it will be directly available. They don't create it. During the installation, these get created. They even don't know what is this.
Okay.
Let me add it. Adding it now. Authenticated Studio. Okay. Now I'm assigning this role to user IDM admin. Select it. And let's okay. So we have discussed about the IDM developer administrator user. Okay. IDM developer administrator user, and we have discussed about the authorizations required for IDM developer administrator. The authorization required is IDM Authenticated Studio AS Java Action. This is.
Can we customize this role again?
You can create. Just adding this. What we call adding this. Adding this. AS Java Action. Understood? Okay. So, sign actions. Okay. So now I'll try to access this item. Make sure that the initial password is changed to productive password when you log into IDM Studio. Understood? Okay. And we have created a user called IDM admin. Now the password has to be changed. This administrator user. To change it to productive password, I'm just trying to log into user admin. IDM admin. ELO 1, 2, 3, 4. You can use all the passwords. You can use the India 1, 2, 3 or India at 1. Changed. Okay, that's fine. The password got successfully changed. Now let's log in and see what happens. IDM admin. And that's it. So we have successfully logged in by a new user. Okay. So we just discussed about IDM Developer Studio. Now let's see the Identity Center practice, and we'll also discuss about general housekeeping information. Okay.
Yeah, and I have another question for this one. So normally IDM admin was previously, it was created in IDM database. So even when the user was not created in AS Java, we were able to use it through the identity this center. So now we have created it in AS Java. So how is the authentication routed to this one instead of the IDM database?
Actually, we should just hold for a moment. This is what the authentication process. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. I can hear you.
Yeah. So this is what the authentication process. I'll explain now. IDM Developer Studio. Okay. IDM Developer Studio. Eclipse. Fine. When a user tries to access the IDM application, okay, when a user tries to access the IDM application from IDM Developer Studio, the user request comes to AS Java, NetWeaver AS Java. Understood? Okay. And in NetWeaver AS Java, as we have seen in the architecture, we have components. Dev Studio component, we have user interface component, we have user admin interface component, we have REST API component. 4 components we have seen in the architecture. Okay. So now we are discussing about the authentication process of Developer Studio. So the request comes to AS Java, NetWeaver AS Java. In NetWeaver AS Java, you have a component called Developer Studio Service component. Okay. It receives the request. It authenticates the user ID in AS Java UME. Understood? And this AS Java UME authenticates the user ID in user store. That is nothing but identity store. Okay? Then it will allow to access the IDM database. Got it?
I understand in that perspective, but what I mean to say here is previously IDM admin was present on the IDM database. Okay, yeah. And we were able to use the identity that's Developer Studio without even the user being existing on the AS Java. Now we have created that. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it now. I can answer your question. See, earlier there was no Developer Studio. So you used to access what? Identity store directly. And you used to access identity store using the database users. Understood? What you need to do, what you used to do is, I'll tell you. So here you need to provide, runtime user details, runtime user password. That way you used to even configure identity store by providing provisioning user, by providing admin user, by providing runtime users. Got my point? Okay? But here the authentication process is done for IDM Developer Studio is through AS Java. This is the process here.
Yeah, that is so. No, I'm not talking about the previous. So if I remember correctly, in this session only, we have accessed this without now we have created that user in AS Java. But in this session only, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we have used IDM admin directly without the user being created on the AS Java.
We used it, right?
Yeah, I feel it.
We did it. That's what I told you. We have one shadow system. I wanted to show you the components. For that, I asked this server access provider to have one shadow system which is already configured, which myself configured. That's what we were able to access. Understood? Again, I am accessing now a different system which we use in our all these sessions.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Okay, don't worry.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Don't get confused. We have shadow system so that if there is anything I could show you before we configure your system. Only for the first session I asked.
Okay. Yeah, now I understand. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So you have that confusion, right? How I was able to access, right? I'm using a different system now.
Correct.
Okay, just a follow-up question. So you've created a new admin user in portal, right? So what if there is already an existing user and we have to give admin access rights to that user? Like we have to make that user as an admin. So can you show that as an example?
Yeah, we can do that, but what is the purpose of taking an existing user? See, you are now implementing IDM. In order to implement IDM, what you do is you will install AS Java first, okay? And when you install AS Java, what you will have only one default user, that is administrator. You can use administrator. You can ask your basis team to define the user ID administrator, where you don't need to create it again in AS Java UME. You simply assign this IDM authenticated studio action, then you can log in. Understood?
Okay, but this can also be in valid position, like valid example.
But
Is what
it's
I'm
not a
asking.
valid example. But why you would give administrator user to your developer user? He is not an administrator of AS Java. Why do you give him administrator? Got it? Better you create a separate.
Okay.
That's the best practice.
Oh,
We
okay.
can use the existing user. Only user exists in AS Java is administrator. So if you define the administrator as IDM developer administrator, we have to assign him only IDM related active jobs, right? If you provide him the administrator, he can also access portal fully. That is again a SOD violation. Is that correct?
Okay.
Got it?
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason. Okay, that's fine. Hope you all have understood how we can create the IDM developer administrator. Okay, that is fine now. So this is what the developer studio. Just double click on this identity center. You have one tab called user. Currently, I can see the IDM admin. It means this is the user defined during the installation. And the user type developer administrator created by system. It is not manually created. Understood? It is defined during the installation. That is what I can see created by system. Got it? Okay. Now let's create one custom IDM developer administrator user. We'll see how we can do it. Okay.
So Irfan, these all will be the initial configuration and setup we need to do once the IDM 8.0 is installed by the system, right?
Exactly. That's correct. Okay.
Okay.
I'll just show you now. Get one user. Okay. Can you tell me any user ID? Any user ID? Any name?
ID of 010.
User 1.
It might be exist.
User 1, user 2.
I'm creating IDM admin, or for example, I'm creating a user called Rob. Rahul. Password I'm defining HTML 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 3. Password. What user ID?
Hello, Irfan.
Yeah, please.
Yes, sorry to interrupt, but I just want to go back to the question. I just want to clarify that can't the developer and administrator be a same person? Like,
Why?
if
How?
can't there be a possibility that
There cannot be a possibility.
the
Why? Because I'll tell you now. Why? Because, for example, I'm the basis guy. Okay? And I need to look after this AS Java system. I need to do a lot of configurations. I need to do update activities. I need to upgrade AS Java system. Right? I need to take the backup. I'm the admin of this. And you are working in IDM project. Okay? And in IDM project you are working and you are the administrator of the IDM project. Why I would give you my access? Would you do my job? Would you do upgrades of AS Java? Would you do upgrades of portal? Got it. For example, if AS Java down due to some issues, would you troubleshoot those things? No, right? That's not the job of IDM guy. So that's hope it's answered, right?
Okay.
Is this clear?
Yeah. Thank you.
But technically speaking, it's possible, right?
It is possible. Obviously, it is possible. I can also give you SAP underscore R if you are a security, right?
No. I feel that what was the previous question was like whether it's possible to give.
100% it is possible. What I can do is, for example, it is a demo system or it is a sandbox system. Okay, I can. Why I would give a new? Why I would define a new name? Instead, I can define the same name administrator, which is already existing portal UME that I can use, right?
Yeah.
You can search with Jetstar. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what. Right? GIDM developers. This is the role we created, right? And let me show you what it has. It has action, IDM authenticator, right? Which I am assigning to Rahul. Save now. It is successfully assigned to Rahul. Okay. And make sure that the password is set to productive. So let's log off and let's log in with Rahul user ID. User ID. Rahul 9. Password is HELO 123. HELO 1234. India 123. Change. Now productive password is India 123. Now, can I log in with user Rahul? Can I log in?
Yeah, you can.
No, we cannot.
You need to define as administrator in.
Yeah,
I'm trying to log in, but I get user could not be found in identity management database. Got it? So what I need to do here is, as a default IDM developer administrator, I only need to add the other users here. Under users tab, new. Okay, user Rahul 9. Okay, and here we have two types. IDM developer administrator. I'll also explain the difference between these two users tomorrow in tomorrow's session. Before that, again I'll show you IDM database table. Okay. So database table is what? See, I can still see only one user. Got it? I can still see only one user. Once I added Rahul 9, developer administrator, click on OK. It is asking my credentials now. IDM admin, India 123. Got it? Now added. Rahul 9 is added. Let's log in with Rahul 9. We'll see whether he can log in. Can he log in now? Can he log in?
yes.
He must be able to log in. Yeah, right? Rahul 9, developer administrator. Let's see who added Rahul. I want to know that. IDM admin, no one added. It is created by system, and Rahul 9 got added by IDM admin. And now let's see database table. Okay, see the database table. Execute. Now I can see two users. Now in IDM database there are two users, IDM admin and Rahul 9. Is everything clear about IDM developer administrator user and what is developer studio?
And Rahul 9 would be able to delete IDM admin?
I don't think so system user can be deleted. Let's try deactivate IDM admin. Do you want to deactivate the user? Deactivate the user? I don't want to do that because this might. Let's see. Got it. Deactivate. Okay. Activate. Choose user properties. That's what I don't know what happens. We might get a lot of issues. Activate. It is activated. That's fine. Better not to change the system users, not the system users. Understood? Fine. Is everything clear now? But can I modify this? I cannot. Yeah, I can. But I will. That's just
So this can be customized, right? So when Rahul Nayan try to delete the system user,
he can be modified. He can be,
privileges can be modified so that Rahul Nayan will not be able to delete system users.
No. Only one privilege is required, then he becomes the boss. Right? No restrictions once you assign studio. If you want to restrict this user, do not define developer administrator, define it as developer user. Then you can apply all the restrictions, which we will discuss in tomorrow's session. And use the interface and admin interface. And these are what the interfaces by which we can connect to SAP Identity Management. And this is what the AS Java system in which we have different components, that is Dev Studio service. We have end user interface component, we have admin user interface component, and we have IDM REST API component. So when you are connecting to Developer Studio, the request comes to AS Java system and it is received by Dev Studio REST service. So it will communicate with IDM business logic and then it connects to IDM database. Same way we have end user interface and we have admin interface. So which comes to AS Java first, and from the AS Java it gets connected to IDM database. And we discuss about the IDM database. IDM database is a separate database maintained only for identity management. Okay. So if we compare the other applications, component-based applications, what happens with the component-based applications? The component-based application will always be installed with the application server. But when it comes to SAP IDM, the database is maintained. Okay. Then we have runtime components in which we have dispatcher and runtime engines. So these are what the responsible to process the request in SAP Identity Management database. We'll see today how we can configure our dispatcher into the tool. Then we have IDM utilities. We just discussed about what the VDS server, virtual directory server, which is used for the external communication. It connects, to SAP IDM for external applications. Okay. And then in our last session, what we have done is after
Irfan,
architecture.
Yeah, Irfan, sorry to interrupt. In that AS Java in architecture where it is mentioned AS Java, so the Dev Studio REST and IDM API REST, all of them are being on the AS Java itself. So is it like all the application related? We are having only the dispatchers and other runtime things on separate, and even repositories and the other applications connecting to the system separate. So that means that IDM total application, the framework and everything would be installed on AS Java.
Yeah.
Okay,
See,
so yeah.
It's very simple. IDM application will be installed on AS Java, which is mandatory. And then database can be on a separate host. Runtime components can be on separate host. Dev Studio can be on separate host. Virtual directory server can be on a separate host. Understand? Got it.
Okay, standalone VDS would be on separate, but client VDS client would be on AS Java.
No. It is not a. That is what. It is not a mandatory component. These are the mandatory components. This is not a mandatory component. During the installation, if you don't need this component, if you don't want it to be integrated with AS Java, then you can also install it separately. Understood?
Okay, on separate
You
host.
have the options. You can either go with integrated VDS server, or you can install it separately. Again, this is all about the concepts of basis. The basis team will take care of this.
Okay.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it clear, Ramesh?
Yeah, it is clear. But this coming to this Dev Studio and Dev Studio REST, so is it any particular difference for those two?
Which one?
Yeah, Dev Studio and Dev Studio REST.
Yeah. So difference means, there is a difference. 100% there is a difference. This is a client service. So how this system should know that I need to respond to this client? So for that we have Dev Studio REST, which will respond to the Dev Studio request.
Okay, we will be covering that separately, right? That Dev Studio REST.
No, it is not about. It is the technology. We don't discuss about that, and it is not at all required. But we are configuring Dev Studio services, right? In IDM yesterday we have configured, right? We created one data source for Dev Studio.
Correct.
Right?
Correct. Yeah. That comes under Dev Studio REST.
Yeah, that is a component of Dev Studio REST.
Okay. And this Dev Studio would be like UI for the developer.
Sorry.
The Dev Studio which is outside the AS Java. It is like a client thing, right? So we can communicate. That Dev Studio would be the same single one in the AS Java. Dev Studio REST will be a single one.
And a number of Dev Studios.
A number of Dev Studios.
It's a client. It's a client tool. So we can have, for example, we'll have a number of GUIs, right, to connect to AS based applications. The same way for IDM, you can have a number of developer studios to connect to IDM.
That is also through Eclipse only, right? Eclipse.
It's Dev Studio is a part of Eclipse.
Okay. And IDM REST API, and these are all framework of the IDM logic.
No, these are not framework. Coming to REST API, it is generally not used by the developers by the administrators or by the security consultants. It is used by the developers.
Yeah. So, what we would be covering in this one, in that end user UI?
Everything. We are covering everything. See, we'll cover any of we have discussed. Once we start, hands-on, then we'll come to know. Anyhow, we have already seen Dev Studio and we have configured Dev Studio services. Once we create identity store, then we'll also come to know the usage of end user of interface and admin interface. Got it.
Yeah.
Once we start doing some exercises, then we'll get to know it in more detail.
Okay. Yeah. Fine.
Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Ramesh. This is Ramesh, right?
Yes, sir. Fine. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. Then after we discuss about the architecture, so we have discussed about Data sources. The first activity after the installation of IDM
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What role does SAP IDM play in an organization's IT infrastructure? Option A, managing customer relationships. Option B, managing employee identities and access. Option C, managing financial transactions. Option D, managing inventory control. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Ready to become a master of managing identities? Our SAP IDM course is here to guide you through it. You can learn at your own pace, right here on our platform. Throughout this course, you will delve into SAP IDM, which is like a handy toolkit for managing identities, ensuring they're where they need to be. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks. It's crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are pros in the field with years of experience. They're here to support your learning journey and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. But here's the best part. It's budget friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. So, are you ready to become a SAP IDM Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.
The IDM is handed over to the security team. So we need to configure the IDM, and the first activity we have to perform is to configure data sources. Okay. So coming to the data sources. See, these are the two data sources we create for IDM. One is used to perform the activities in the IDM application, and one is used for the IDM developers tool. And we also discuss about the components in detail. So let me briefly explain about the installation process. What we have here is, it depends on the requirement which operating system you choose. Okay, so IDM can be installed on Windows, it can be installed on Linux, it can be installed on Linux. So databases, we have different databases which we can use for the identity management. We can use MS SQL, Oracle, IBM, DB2, SAP. We also need to have SAP Java virtual machine, okay, and the retriever version for installing SAP IDM is 7.3 or above. And generally for the development system, for the technical development system, our application is technical application, right? IDM is a technical application, GRC is a technical application, Portal is a technical application. Okay, for most of the technical applications, we will have 32 GB of RAM, 2 CPUs. This is what the hardware configuration for IDM. For production system, we use 64 GB of RAM. And we usually have 4 CPUs and 600 GB of space. Okay. So this is what the Identity Center database. Identity Center database will have its own logic. So you will also have logs and its configurations and the identity store we create.
Hello, Irfan.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, hi. Just a doubt. So since VDS is standalone, so we will be integrating it separately, like we will be installing VDS separately.
Here the VDS is installed on the same host. Whether it is the installation, integrated installation or a standalone installation, the configuration process is same. Understood? The host name you need to define. Got it? The host name and the instance number and the user ID and the password of the VDS server. so that it gets connected to EDS. Understood?
But it is already installed, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it is already installed. We
Okay.
don't install it, right?
Okay.
We don't install it. So it is done by the basis team. Installation is completely the responsibility of basis team.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So
Thank
what
you.
could be the need for having videos on the separate host?
See, it is again, VDS is not a mandatory component. It's an optional component. If you want, you can install it. You can also, configure VDS for communication of the external applications. Understood? Mostly where there is non-SAP application, in that case, we configure virtual directory server. Understood?
Even for SAP, let's say GRC, we use VDS, right?
Yeah.
What I feel is like so when we are going to have VDS on a separate host. So what could be the need for having it on? So when instead of having it on the same host, what could be the reasons to have it on the separate host? Will there be any particular requirement kind of thing for that?
No, not a particular requirement kind of thing, but the configurations of the external applications are done in the VDS. Understood?
No, actually, what I mean is, so like, VDS we can have on the same host, but
Yeah.
normally we have it. Most of the times we'll be having it on the same host.
Yeah.
So if IDM 8.0 or maybe even in 7.2 it could be done in separate host. I'm not sure, but if let's say in IDM, if we have that standalone VDS could also be there. I'm thinking what could be the exact reason for that? In anything
For
like
having it as
bandwidth
a
or
separate,
something? Yeah.
on a separate host.
Yeah, correct.
Separate host means it all depends. For example, you have the IDM and you don't want your IDM application to be disturbed by the other components. Understood? So in that case, you do maintain separate host. Even when it comes to normal applications means one business application which can be installed on one machine could also be installed on multiple hosts, right? For example, for ECC, I want to maintain ECC on 3 hosts. Database is on one host. Primary application server is on a separate host, and then central services instance on a separate host, where all these can be installed on a single system. Understood? So that the administration would become easier, the troubleshooting would become easier. We don't need to, find out which component has the issues. If you are maintaining everything separately, then the administration would become easier, right, Ramesh? The general concept. It's up to you whether you install it on a same host or whether you install it on a separate host. If you install it on separate host, then the person who is responsible to perform those particular activities, he'll have access to only that system. Got it?
Yeah.
For example, DB administrators. You are working as a DB administrator, purely DB administrator. You are not a basis guy, right? There is a HANA database we have. So you will have to perform database backups every week. You will have to perform weekly backups, monthly backups, quarterly backups, and you will also have to apply patches. You will have to, perform upgrade activities. So if it is in a separate system, that would be good, right? So the other environment will not be disturbed by having separate systems.
Okay, it is
called a
general,
distributed environment.
Okay. It is general sense and not
General
any
common
separate.
Concept. Even now, whatever the components we have, I can maintain IDM database on a separate host. You could ask me, will there be any configuration? No configuration change. For example, let's go back to our PPT. Okay. See, now we have AS Java and IDM on the same host. I can maintain this AS Java on a particular host, and this I'll maintain on a separate host. This Runtime components I'll maintain on a separate host, and this will be on separate host. There won't be any configuration change. It will be identified. These components will always be identified by their host name or IP address and username and password. That's it. Got it. For example, before we, what we do is we'll install database first. So during the installation, it will ask you the host name. Just provide the host name and then user ID and password. So it will automatically, communicate to that particular component where it is, available. Got it?
Yes.
Is that clear?
Yeah, it is clear, yes.
Ramesh. Okay? That's fine. So, okay. The next thing what we have done is after we after we discuss about all the components, we have successfully configured data sources. So data sources are what? Two data sources are mandatory for IDM. The one is IDM underscore data source, and the other one is IDM underscore data source Dev Studio. And you are able to access Dev Studio as well. Now let's log into the system. Change this. Just make some changes. Still you can see that. Remove it. Adding now.
So this is an end user Dev Studio, right?
Not end user Dev Studio. Dev Studio is always used by the administrator and the developer.
Okay. Now we are doing this is.
Just we are defining the data source. I got some, configuration, the other configuration which I am changing now.
Yesterday we did, right, that data source.
This is the data sources we have created in our last session.
In AS Java we have created
We'll log into that and I'll show you that again.
Just a question, like I have did till this step, and whenever I'm trying to log in, am I audible now? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, Irfan, to the last step where we need to log in into the data source. So in that stage, it's giving me an error message saying unrecognized SSL message.
Okay. Your user ID is what? What is your user ID? IDM 008 or what?
005.
005. No problem. We'll do that.
Okay.
And one more, Priyadarshini here. So there's one more. I just want to try that. When I have tried now to enter in the data source, it shows that my ID is my IDM and it is already being, filled. The data has been already filled. I did not do that myself. So is that okay? Yeah. So I was saying that when I try to enter in the data source, for me, there's already made, I think. I mean, my ID has been set as my IDM, and I did not do it myself. So is that fine?
Yeah, that's okay. No problem. If you have any issue, we'll troubleshoot that. Okay. So now I'm able to log into IDM Developer Studio, and we have seen how we have created IDM admin user. Then let's log into NWA tool. Let's log up this. I'll just show you what we have done in our last session. as a few of the participants said, it's looking bit difficult. It's very easy. You don't need to get confused. Administrator is the user ID for accessing NWA tool, and password we have is India 8123. Okay. Very simple. Just access configuration tab, and under configuration tab you have infrastructure, and then application resources. So we created two data sources. This is the IDM data source. So what you need to do is just click on here and then click on new custom JDBC data source. And then it will ask you to define few parameters. So these are the inputs we have provided. Driver name, we also define the driver, okay, SQL engine, and then isolation level. And then we have defined the driver name. So driver name depends on, on the database, and this is what the database URL. So database URL also depends on the database we are using for IDM. So we have one user ID, that is IC_PROV, and then we define the class. Then we test it, and it was successful. Okay. And the second data source we have created is for IDM Developer Studio, and we have provided almost the same parameters. The only change here is, the user name, that is IC_. Okay. So these are the activities we have successfully done. And after that, what we have to do is, we also have to create IDM Developer Administrator. Generally, when you are installing SAP IDM application, during the installation, it will ask you to define a user ID, right? You can define any user ID, but after the installation, you have to create that user ID in AS Java UML. We have created that user ID, and we assign a required privilege. Okay. Let me show you that to IDM admin. This is the user ID we have created, and then we assign one role called IDM Dev Studio, which has IDM Dev Studio authenticated AS Java action. Okay. See, IDM authenticated studio action we have. Right, this is the privilege required to access IDM Developer Studio. And what we did later, we created one custom IDM Developer Administrator. So if you click on this identity store, if you go to the properties of the identity store, we have users, okay, and we can see the default IDM Developer Administrator is IDM admin, and it is created by the system. So when it is created by the system, means it is a default one. And later we created one user ID called Robin9, and we have assigned the required privilege in AS Java UML. Got it. So this is the privilege we have assigned. Okay. And after we assign the privilege, we just need to add here the user. Okay. And while adding the user, you will have user type. So depends on the requirement, you can assign this user type. Developer administrator is nothing but the user who will have all the authorizations in Developer Studio. And developer is the user who will have access to only packages. Understood? So we'll also discuss the package concepts in detail. So we have to assign user type developer to the developer user, and they get access to only packages in which they can create development artifacts. Understood?
So here we are assigning whether developer or developer administrator.
Yeah.
So, and in the same user, we are going back in is Java UME, and there we are assigning the
Same privilege.
same privilege.
Yeah.
So for developer and developer administrator, same for the both of them, it would be same action in there.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I told you. Same privilege has to be assigned in AS Java UME, but here you are going to differentiate whether he is going to be the super user if you define it as developer administrator, or he is just a developer who could get access to only packages where he can create development objects.
So where is that authorizations being stored? Particular to
No
this area?
authorization. Authorization is what? Developer or developer administrator. If you define developer, then you can only create the packages, right? That's
Yeah,
only package
that
access
should
you
be
get.
somewhere, right? That should be somewhere, right? Like saying that
Yeah,
if this
package access, we'll see. We'll go step by step, Ramesh. We'll go step
yeah
by step. We can't do everything in the beginning itself.
yeah fine
Okay,
fine. So I
when
was
we
thinking
come to package concept, I'll be explaining that.
any table that holds this information related to
See,
user.
there are thousands of tables. Finding out tables information, better we could, get into some document, then we can find what each table does. Got it?
Yeah.
We'll see that. Whatever is required, I'll show you. Don't worry. Okay?
Okay.
Irfan, I have one question. So, as you say that both developer admin and developer should be maintained at both areas, like Java, ACPM as well. But from yesterday's concept, what I understand is usually we maintain it Java, AS Java UME, because it's like it is the first time where the only one user ID who will be accessing the application, and in order to access the application and give the privileges to others, so that's where we are like maintain the main concept and the main requirement. So is it mandatory that we need to maintain the developer also in the AS Java UME? If yes, then why?
Yeah, it is mandatory. What is the concept? To access Developer Studio, we need to have access in AS Java UME. And Developer Studio authentication is done through AS Java UME. So user must have access in AS Java.
Okay. So even though if it is like the admin have access and he can give the privileges to other, but the developer also should have the access to the AS Java UME, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. It's not that
Three
like
interfaces.
Okay. So what is only the developer admin would be having the access to
I'll show you again. Okay. So what we have here is very simple. We just have seen, the architecture. Show you the architecture again. So it will be clear. These three interfaces, Developer Studio, end user, admin user must have access in UME, because these three interfaces are authenticated through AS Java UME. Is this clear?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. It's mandatory. Right. Okay. So now I can create one more user ID, assign a required privilege to access Developer Studio, and then I can define. And you can also change for the existing user. Currently this user is developer administrator, and now I can change it to lead developer. Got it. Do you want to modify the user? Yes. Got it. Now he's just a developer, and he can't even add the users in Developer Studio. To add users in Developer Studio, you must be a developer administrator. You can't be a developer. Okay, let me change it to developer administrator. If something goes wrong with the password, at least we can have one backup developer administrator. Always create a, developer, custom developer administrator right after the installation. Okay? Okay. This is fine. So now we'll discuss about Java system properties. Okay? So let's go to this, then here we'll discuss about Java system properties. explain about all these properties in detail. So let's now system properties. So this is what we are in NWA tool. Is Java NWA tool, or I'll show you from the beginning. This is the initial screen of network administrator. Go to configurations and then infrastructure. Here you will find Java system properties. Click on Java system properties. We have few configurations to be done here. This is the component we have to select. This is the application we have to select. Here, now we have all the parameters. These are the parameters we need to configure. Explain about these parameters. The first parameter we have is com.sap.idm gmx ac checking. Okay, so the default value. Okay, we'll come back to this. The main one we'll discuss all, don't worry. So this is what crypt key file. So during the installation, a crypt file is created, okay, and that file path we just need to define. So that you can find here. So what we have, cache, okay, this is fine, first check level, okay. This property is used to specify how to display task folder. The first property we have seen, first one. Okay. GMX AC underscore check underscore 11. So this property is used to specify how to display task folder in the identity management user interface, improving performance for task access control. By using this mechanism, the initial display of the folder in the task selector will be optimized, but depending on the setting, empty folder may be shown. Possible values, I'll explain about this. Okay. The first value we have display all available task folders, displays all available task folders. No access control rules are enforced while displaying the task folder. Value 4 performs a check to decide if the tasks in a folder are applicable to the selected entry type. This is recommended value in a production system. 2 performs a check to decide if the tasks in a folder are applicable to the selected entry type and if the current user is allowed to see them. This does not check if the user is allowed to execute the task on the selected entry. By default 0 performs a full check of all the folders and tasks in the task tree, including following. If the tasks in a folder are applicable to the selected entry type, if the current user is allowed to see them, if the current user is allowed to execute. Okay. So coming to this, we'll have task in SAP Identity Management, and that task concept you also have in SAP IDM 7.2, right? Okay. So here we can create a folder for the task. Okay, folder is what? A container which contains group of tasks. Right. Task is what? I can create a task. For example, I can create a task for accessing a role or requesting a role. I can create a task. The task name is requesting a new role or requesting a privilege. Okay, so that is what a task, which we will see later. Okay, so if you define the value as 0, then what happens when a user tries to access the task? It won't allow unless user has full permission to access and perform the activities on the task. 0 is the default value, and we'll go with the default value because we don't allow the users who have no access to the task. Understood? We should not allow the users who have no access to the task. So if you define 0, means the user who does not have authorization of that task cannot access that task. And we have other, values which we don't use. For example, if we define the value as 8, means any user can access that task folder, and he can also access the task and he can list that we don't. So default value will, take 0, which will continue with the default value. Okay, this is the default value, and if you want to change, you can change. 0, the allowed values here are 0, 4, 8, 2. That's fine. Then caching. By default, let's see what we have. This is time to leave for the elements in the cache. Set to 60 minutes by default. Okay, so whatever the elements you have accessed in the IDM, that will be available up to 60 minutes in the cache. So accessing would become more easier when the elements are available in the cache. Right? The default value is 60, and we'll go with the default value. If you want to change, you can change it. Okay. Then we have file, key file, and this key file is created during the installation of IDM, and we just need to define the path. So let's see whether the correct path is defined. Okay. Click on modify. See here, this is the path, and let's access the system. USR, SAP, and this is what you call it is SID of the IDM. Okay. Then IDM 02, and this is what identity center, and this is path of the key file. Key file needs to be defined, and it encrypts the data of the IDM. So I'm just copying this path. Okay, I'm just copying this path. User SAP SID of the IDM, and every IDM will have one IDM, and 02 is what the instance number. The IDM instance number is 0. Okay, and Java instance number is 00. So this is what the common directory you will have for IDM, in which you will have all the IDM related objects. Okay, identity store, identity center, key, and keys.ini. It is done. Always save whenever you make changes. Okay. Then we have SAP IDM ID store required prefix. Let's see this parameter. See this. This holds a string with a prefix for all the requests sent, identifying the application which owns the request. Here, MX IDM UI is used by the Identity Management User Interface. The string contains only letters A to Z. Okay. Application string starting with MX are reserved. The following applications are defined. MX GRC used by the GRC integration. MX MDI, MX IDM UI used by the identity. Very simple. Okay. So what happens when you create a request? When you create an access request, the prefix of the request will always be started with MX IDM UI, which we don't change. If you want to change, you can change it. Okay. We'll go with the default value. Then the next one is ID store, identity store ID. Identifier of the identity store to log into the identity store. So when you create the identity store, okay, we have not yet created identity store. When you create the identity store, the number of the identity store will always be 1. For the first identity store. If you are creating, for example, you have created the identity store and you have made some changes which you don't want to continue, you can delete that. Okay, you can delete. And when you create the next one, the next identity store ID will be the default identity store ID first you create will always be 1. Okay. Later, whatever the identity stores you create, it will have the next numbers 2, 3, 4, 5 like that. But we only use one identity store always. And this is the default value which we don't change. Okay. I'll also show you when we create the identity store what ID, what unique ID gets created for our identity store, that we'll see. So let's continue with the one. And then, okay, this is what a simple one, self-service. By default, the value is SHA-2. So the parameter name is com.sap.idm gmx.show underscore self-service default. It means now all users, end users, admin users, any user who will have access to IDM user interface will get self-service option. Understand? And which IDM interface? I'll show. End user. Now all end users, when they log in, they get the self-service option. Understand? If I disable that, if I change the value to false, then no user will get self-service. Self-service stops. Don't get.
Just a question here, Irfan.
Yeah.
So there is, like you said, if you set it to true and they'll get access to self-service, and if you set it to false, they won't. But what if we want to customize it according to some specifications?
Yeah, 100%. We will do that customization. What services to be available in self-service option, that we will decide. All will get self-service tab. You will have a tab when you log in as an end user. You get the tab. Okay. If you define the value now true, if you define the value as false, you won't get tab false. You won't get tab if you define the value as false, right? But after you define true, you need to define again what self-services to be available for the end users. That we will decide. How we decide, that we will see in forms. We are going to create forms. We'll create self-service forms. We will create different types of forms. There we'll see.
Okay.
Got it.
Just one more question. Hello.
Yeah, please.
Yes, so just one more question from the previous session actually. So you mentioned UME yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So the configuration of UME with the configuration of UME with AS Java, like we'll have to do it manually, or how will that be? How can we proceed?
What configurations we have done? We have done 2 configurations, that is creating data sources. We created, JDBC driver. We defined JDBC driver.
Right.
And we created 2 data sources. Yeah, that is manual, right?
So so who are going to do that?
We are going to
integration with UME.
We are going to.
Okay, so you will be specifying it later.
Integration, right? I didn't get your question. Is this Priyadarshini speaking?
Yes.
Yeah,
so I just wanted to know regarding UME. So you mentioned UME, if I'm not wrong, yesterday.
Yeah.
So I'm just asking, like, how is that going to be integrated with, current?
IDM, right?
Yes.
Very simple.
Yes.
Again, let's go back to the architecture. Okay, this is the architecture we have. Right? In this architecture, as we discussed in the beginning, IDM will always be installed only on AS Java. Understood? AS Java application. Got it? Got my point. So now, your IDM is a part of the AS Java now, and UME is also available. Got my point? Now, for example, I can ask you one more question. I'll ask now.
Yeah. Okay.
One question. You are installing GRC. Okay. Again, It is all about the administrative and the background concepts. But to make you understand, I'm explaining. You have GRC, which is installed on your ECC system. What do you use to create user? SU01. SU01 belongs to ECC. Got it? GRC is just a component. How do you create users in GRC? I'm talking about, for example, the owners. That user, anyhow, we need to use the user admin tool that is just using, right? Okay, provisioning that automated process will do it through access request management. But we are using, SU01. SU01 belongs to what? It belongs to ASAP app. Because GRC is installed on top of ASAP app. That's what we are using SU01 to create, admin users, to create firefighters, firefighter IDs, owners, right? We use SU01.
Right.
That is not, GRC is not the owner of SU01. GRC is installed on ASAP app. That's what we use SU01. Same way, IDM is installed on AS Java, and AS Java will always have UME. Like we have ABAP will have SU01, AS Java will have UME. Got it?
Okay.
Have you got the idea now? Hope the others too got some idea. So Ramesh or someone was asking me why we use AS Java UME, why we use SU01. GRC is not the owner of the SU01 because GRC is installed on ASAP app. And the owner of the SU01 is AS app. So we still use SU01. Here also we use AS Java UME because IDM is installed on AS Java.
Understood. Thank you.
Right.
I have one question, Irfan. So if we maintain false under self-service, that parameter self-service is false, so will it be impacted only end users or it will be impacted for IDM admin users also?
No. See, anyhow, all IDM admin users, again, we also have to use that interface only. If we don't enable self-service, no user will get self-service, though you have full authorization. That option itself will be disabled. Understand?
Okay. Yeah.
The option itself will be disabled for all the users, not for end users, even for admin users too.
Okay. After that, we can restrict the access, right? So once it is maintained
after
as...
that, what we have to allow what self-service to be provided, that we will decide, and I'll also show you what self-service we will define, how we can create forms. We have a detailed session for forms. Got it? Okay. So self-service we have successfully done. We discussed about self-service. Now VDS connection. When you are defining, when you are integrating virtual directory server, you need to define very simple IP and port. IP address and the port of the VDS. Okay, virtual directory server port you need to define. Okay, that's fine. Then the user ID and the password of the virtual directory server. You need to define. Password you need to define. Okay. Host name of the virtual directory server, host name and port of the virtual directory server, then password, then user name. These are the three parameters for what? Various virtual directory server. Let's see it. Okay.
Hello, Irfan. Could you just show the VDS connection, like where did you see the
We'll have a
port?
separate session for VDS. We'll configure VDS. I'll show you. Okay? Because we have not even understood about identity store and identity store schema, and identity store schema will have entry types and attributes. We'll go step by step. Don't worry, I'll take you step by step.
Are we maintaining VDS tools here which is installed on AS Java?
Sorry?
Are we maintaining these VDS details which is installed on AS Java?
100%.
Okay, but this is not for standalone VDS, right?
Even standalone VDS, what you need to do, you just need to provide host name. For example, the VDS is now standalone. Assume VDS is standalone. What you need to do, you don't need to, you have no different parameters, only host name, port, then this system will communicate with that host name and port. Through port, it will enter into VDS server. Then it will get authenticated by this user ID and password.
So if it is standalone VDS also, we have to provide the
same
details here.
configuration. Always.
Okay.
There is no difference for standalone or integrated. Parameters will always remain same. How system is going to communicate, that is through IP address and port. Always remember it. Even if it is a database, anything you have in a distributed, mostly everywhere you will have a distributed environment for business application, business ECC. End users, even the administrators don't know that it is a distributed environment. It looks like it's only one system. Understand?
Fine.
Okay? Okay. Then the next one we have is, okay. This is what for the IDM application we also have, now we will discuss the parameters or the properties of the stream. So again, we have few properties which we discuss now. Okay, let's see. First one is script key file that we also have defined for IDM application property. Now we are defining it for developers to do key file. Let's change it. Our path is, this is the path. We copy this. Let's do it. Okay. This is again 0. Now set. Fine. Let's change now. Then path to GRC. So this is very simple. You need to define the path of the identity center. Okay, the path of the identity center will always be USR, SAP, SID of your IDM, then IDM instance number, then the identity center. This is the path. Okay, let's modify this. And the next one we have is, we have to define the JDBC driver. Okay, so you can get this information from the basis tree, the path of the JDBC driver. Okay, and anyhow, the path is saved. I'll just show you. Program files. It's JDBC. There it is. JDBC. Here, this is the path. Right? This is the path. If you have the other databases, you will have the other, the driver will be different. So this is the driver. This will be data or 4.jar. That is fine. Okay, then what we have, next one is driver class name. Okay, this is the driver class name. In the PPT, the different driver paths. Okay. Fine, no problem. So every database will have its own path and driver classes. So this is what the driver class, right, which we also have defined in IDM data source and IDM developers to data source. We continue with this, no changes required. Then we have multi-checkouts. Let's define it as false. The default value is also false. It has to be false. Very simple. We have package concept in IDM that we access through IDM Developer Studio. So the packages can be accessed by IDM Developer Administrators, and it can also be accessed by developers, in which we can create different types of IDM objects. So here, multi-check. The parameter name is multi-checkouts. Multi-checkouts means, for example, one user has created one package, or there is a default package delivered by SAP. Okay, so the package name is, I can say, ECC repository package. Okay, I started making some changes. Before I make changes, I just need to check out. Okay, for any changes you have to do, you have to first check out, then the package will allow you to make changes. When I started making some changes, the others can't access this package now. If the value is defined as false, if the value is defined as true, then multi-checkouts are allowed. It means one package can be accessed by the multiple users, which should not be. So we'll always maintain the value as false. Okay? Got it. Is everything clear? No need to get confused. What we have done as of now, we have defined one driver, then we created two data sources, and we discussed about the Java system properties for IDM application, for IDM Developer Studio application, and whatever the system properties we define, based on these system property values, the application behaves.
Just a doubt regarding multi-checkouts.
Yeah.
When you say we always put it as false, that means one package cannot be accessed by
multiple users. Yes.
Multiple users, yeah, right? So what if
simultaneously?
Okay, simultaneously. Okay.
Yeah. One package, again, I am a developer. Okay.
Right,
I am a developer. I created one package under which I'll assign access to my team members, 4 team members. Okay, they have access. They can also create the objects under my package. I'll be the owner and they'll be the member. They can create their own objects, okay, and they cannot touch my objects unless I assign them the access to my objects. We'll see that access privileges, package privileges. We'll see how we can assign package privileges to users.
Okay. This actually simultaneously.
Yeah, that was.
Here's the point. Yeah.
Yeah. So simultaneously, one package should not be accessed by multiple users. For example, if I'm creating a repository for ECC application, or for CRM application, or for SRM application, I'm defining the values. At the same time, if you define the value, then there will be, conflict. Right. So we should not allow. Okay.
Right. Okay. Understood.
So I have one question.
Yeah, please.
Why didn't we restrict the interface which was giving this configuration? Because in what sense if this multiple checkouts would be possible? Is there any scenario where it happens?
Sorry?
No, as we are giving this configuration, right, like true or false, so we are actually giving the system that to make it as multiple checkouts possible, okay, by giving this Boolean value. So I'm just saying in what other scenario where usually it will be true.
In any scenario, it won't be true. We know the concept of lock mechanism, right? It is allowed. For example, you two are, making some changes. In that case, if we allow the value true, so you both can work on one, package and you can make some changes. In that scenario, we can do it. It depends. But if we allow, okay, you two are working on one particular, package and you have to do it together, that is fine. But what about the other packages where, there could be a conflict? I am defining the repository for HANA, you are defining the repository for HANA. I am defining different values, you are defining different values, then there will be conflict, right? This is the general scenario, and as you ask me in which scenario it could be applicable, the scenario, for example, we two are working for one package. Okay, you are creating some objects, I am creating, and I know what you are doing and you know what I am doing. So we don't, conflict the objects. We don't do any conflict activities. You will touch only the thing what I'm not using. In that case, you can allow. But that is not the best practice, right?
Okay. No, I thought like is there something a scenario where usually it would happen for multiple checkups. No, I got it. Like, yeah, I understand.
Okay, that is the thing, and yeah.
Yeah,
So
Irfan,
yeah,
maybe this might be
your name, please, Ramesh. Is this Ramesh?
Yes.
Yeah, Ramesh.
So this might be in basis perspective or not, I'm not sure, but just like out of curiosity, I'm asking this. Where in keys file where we are giving the keys related directory path. So let's say we already have AS Java for some other instead of IDM, we have some other AS Java applications. So we are hosting IDM on the same AS Java instead of having it on the separate AS Java. So in that time, so our application would be hosted on the instance of that AS Java, right?
Okay. What's your question?
Yeah, at that time, so when we are getting the keys file information, so would it be would that be present on the same server because an instance has been created for that on this particular server where we are hosting IDM?
See, these keys files are only used by the IDM application. That's it. Now the AS Java might be used for multiple purposes, but here we are defining this only for, the IDM application. Got it? Okay?
Okay.
So that's the thing. Now what we do is we'll discuss about identity store schema. We'll discuss about entry types. We'll discuss about the attributes. Okay. And then we'll discuss about IDM user interface and IDM admin user interface. We'll also discuss about all the authorizations required for IDM user interface and IDM admin. Okay. So we just have seen, the configuration parameters for IDM application and for IDM Developer Studio. Okay. And then what we have here is.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just want to know that can you share this PPT with also?
Yeah. So sure.
Yeah. Possible. Yeah. Okay.
And can you share the recordings after the training?
That you can ask with the training coordinator.
Okay.
So now we'll discuss about identity store. Anyhow, coming to identity center properties, we have different options. We have overview of the identity center where we can find the information of all the versions, and then we have housekeeping jobs, and then we have users. Users we just have seen, and we have seen how we can add users in Identity Center to make the users as IDM Developer Administrator and IDM Developer. Okay. Then we'll discuss about Identity Store. What is exactly Identity Store? Identity Store is the main component in which all the identities, all the information of the IDM will be stored. Okay. Identity Store is what? It contains not all the information, because you have properties, the other concepts, okay? But it is responsible to store the objects. What objects it is responsible to store, that we will discuss, okay? Where all the users are created, where all the roles are created, maintained, groups. So all these objects are stored in identity store.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which component of SAP IDM is responsible for defining and enforcing identity-related policies? Option A, identity provisioning. Option B, identity compliance. Option C, identity intelligence. Option D, identity governance. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Ready to become a master of managing identities? Our SAP IDM course is here to guide you through it. You can learn at your own pace, right here on our platform. Throughout this course, you will delve into SAP IDM, which is like a handy toolkit for managing identities, ensuring they're where they need to be. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks. It's crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are pros in the field with years of experience. They're here to support your learning journey and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. But here's the best part. It's budget friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. So, are you ready to become a SAP IDM Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.
Identity store is the main component of the SAP IDM application, where identities and its related information will be stored. Okay. When we create an identity store will have identity store schema. Okay. So when we create an identity store will have schema. And identity store schema contains entry types and attributes. Okay. Identity store schema contains entry types and the attributes. So what are the entry types? The entry types, we have different types of entries. First of all, what is exactly an entry type? Entry type is nothing but an object which stores, the value, which stores an object. How, which object? Example for the entry type is user. Okay. User is what? An entry type. Group is an entry type. Role is an entry type. Business role is an entry type. Privilege is an entry type. Dynamic group is an entry type. Coming to, user, all the user information, all the users in identity store are stored in the entry type called mx_person. Understood? All these entry types will have prefix mx. mx stands for maxware. As we discussed in our first session, maxware was acquired by SAP in the year of 2007, and it got renamed as SAP Identity Management. So the prefixes are still being continued. So entry type is what? We have different types of entry types. For an example of the entry type is user. So we have mx_person entry type, in which all the user entries are stored. mx_role, all the business roles are stored in mx_role. Then mx_privilege, all the technical roles are stored in mx_privilege entry type. Got it? So have you got the idea what is entry type? I'll also show you in the system. Any doubts about entry types? Okay. So we have MX underscore person, we have MX underscore role, MX underscore privilege, MX underscore group, MX underscore dynamic group. We have different types of entry types available, and we can also create the custom entry types, and then the attributes. Attributes are what? When you create a user, you need to define, the last name, first name, telephone number, email. Okay, these are what called attributes. It means the properties of the entry types are called as attributes. So, first name is what? The attribute of the user, attribute of the identity. And again, when it comes to IDM application, we call user as identity. User as identity. So identity will have first name, last name, email, telephone, address. Okay. So we have different types of entry types available in, attributes available in IDM application. And we can also create the custom attributes. Okay. Role. Role will have, the description. Description is what? The attribute of the role. First name and last name. Can it be used for role? No. It means first name and last name are the attributes for the entry type identity, which is user. Description is used. Description is an attribute which can be used for, multiple entry types. It can be used for group because group may have description. Role may have description, right? So one entry type can have number of attributes, and one attribute can also be applicable for multiple entry types. Got it? Okay. So common identity store entry type MS key value. Okay. This is what the attributes. Common identity store attributes. MS key value. MS key value is the most important attribute. It means every entry type will have a unique ID, and that unique ID is stored in MS key value. Understood? Every object in identity store you create will have an MX key value, and that will be unique throughout the system. Display name. Okay, display name is what? The attribute which can be applied for, the user's identities. It can also be applied for the other entry types. MX star and SAP star are the reserved prefixes. You cannot create custom entry types and custom attributes using MX and SAP prefixes. Okay? Okay. Approvers. MX entry type is one of the attribute. Okay. Then MX underscore approvers is also one of the attributes in which you can define the approvers. MX underscore owner. So all the owners, for example, role owner, you can maintain under the MX underscore owner attribute. MX underscore encrypted password. This is the attribute which stores the encryption of the password. And then we'll also have the attribute called MX underscore password, where all the user passwords are stored in IDM application. Got it?
Okay. What is the difference between MX approvers and MX owner?
Very simple. Approver is what? Who can approve the request. Owner means who owns that particular object. That's it. I can be a owner. You can be approver of that object. Same object. I am owner. You are the approver. Got it? Okay? Okay.
And the encrypted password,
Yeah.
what value? Which passwords?
User passwords.
Okay, all the user passwords are maintained in MX encrypted password then.
Yeah, MX encrypted
When they log into
password attribute.
Password attribute. So the password which they use for the login purposes, the credentials basically.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
So approvers approve that role, and owners is about the modification of the content of the role.
Yeah, that's it. I can define any condition, any scenario I can apply it, right? For example, there should be 3 approvers. Owner also has to approve. Anyhow, owner is responsible for content approval, but still you can manage it. Very basic concept as we have seen in SAP GRC, right? You will have a role owner and you will also have a role approver. Role owner is responsible to approve the content of the role. Sometimes she could also be responsible to, to be a part of role approval, role assignment approval. Got it. Depends. Okay. Okay. Entry type defines the following. Defines the entries. So we have, few examples we have here. MX person. So MX person will have the attributes MS key value. And anyhow, as we discuss, MS key value is the common attribute for all the entry types. Any entry type you take, it will have one MS key value. Okay. So MX underscore person will have, now in this slide, we have MX underscore person entry type. And this MX underscore person has the attributes, MX key value, which is a mandatory attribute. Display name is also a mandatory attribute. Then MX underscore first name, optional. MX underscore last name, mostly it is mandatory field in, the other applications. Like when we create user using SU01 or when we create user using Java UME, the last name is mandatory, right? Again, we can define which attribute to be optional, which to be, mandatory. That we can define in the entry types. So we have MX underscore role, okay? So MX underscore role is what? It does not contain the technical role. Again, you can, ask me a question, what about GRC and IDM for maintaining role? In IDM, you are not going to create any technical role. Got it? You are not going to maintain any technical roles in IDM. Maintain means you are going to bring the roles of the backend system into IDM, but you cannot change the content of the role. You cannot add the content of the role. As we do it in GRC through BRM, business role import concept, we import the roles and later we can, make some changes in the role that will be again reflected into the backend system. And we can also see the content of the role in GRC. But here when it comes to, identity management, you cannot make any changes. You are imported from the backend system, or you cannot add any content to the existing role. Because the core concept of the IDM is provisioning the identities. Got it. So MX underscore role in IDM contains the business role. You can create the business role. As we know, the business role in GRC as well. Business role is what? It's a container which contains the technical roles. The same way in SAP Identity Management, you can create the business roles in which you can add the technical roles. Got it. Technical role is nothing but what? The real role which exists in the business application. And the business role does not exist in the business application. It exists only in the technical application, but it is just a container. Got it. So we have one privilege. We have one entry type called MX underscore privilege, which stores the technical roles of the backend system. Understood? Okay. Okay. So, for example, here we have the entry for Lisa Anderson. So every entry type, every object in IDM, even the identity store will have one MS key value. Okay, package will have one MS key value. Task will have one MS key value. Processes will have MS key values. So every object you create in IDM will have one unique value. Okay. So now here the entry for Lisa Anderson, it is an identity user, and these are the attributes of the entry type mx underscore person, and the name here is Lisa Anderson, and the MS key value is 3001. MX entry type. MX entry type is what? Which entry type? This is user. The user is nothing but MX underscore person in IDM. Display name attribute. This is the display name. And then first name, last name, and then phone primary. Okay? Okay. We have some information here, identity store entry types. Roles of AS, Java, UME in IDM. IDM developer, administrator, IDM and IDM. To access the tools, IDM Developer Studio, IDM User Interface, IDM UI Admin Interface needs to be existing as Java UI, as we have discussed before. And you had some confusions too, right? So, we have three tools by which we can access IDM application. That is Developer Studio, End User Interface, and IDM Admin Interface. And for all these three interfaces to use, the users needs to have access in UME. Okay? Is everything clear about identity store schema which contains entry types and attributes? Have you got some idea now? Any doubts here? If you have any doubts, please you can ask.
So for every new thing, that whatever task or privilege or user or anything, there would be an MS key value associated with. And even when the tasks or jobs that are being executed, so the logs would be against that MS key value that is unique corresponding to that particular task and all other details.
Yes,
okay.
exactly.
Yeah, thanks.
Can we delete that MS key values and we can reuse those?
No, we cannot delete it. It is assigned by the system, but you can delete that entry so that the key will also be deleted.
Can we reuse, means will it be reused?
No, it won't be, because I haven't tried that. I haven't done that experiment. For example, I can create an identity or a role or a group or any entry type, or even I can create an attribute. Later I can check the key value, sorry, MS key value of that particular attribute, and we can delete it, and later we can, if you create the same, we have to check whether we get the same MS key value or it will be different.
Okay.
Irfan, how the parameters for a user are defined in Identity Management?
I mean, which kind of parameters you are talking about?
The parameters that we are having in the backend SAP for our users.
Okay. Passwords, right?
In
Password
when
length.
we have, no, not that exactly. Like the company code. We are defining the parameters in the parameter table in SAP.
Yeah.
For a user.
Yeah. That will be available in repost. Okay, repository job. So job will have passes. I mean, all these attributes like company address, even the parameters, as you said, the parameter, what about the values of the parameter we define for user or in SU01. That is a pass of a job. Okay. So what you need to do when you are running a job, for example, I want to load all the identities of ECC application into IDM. Okay. While loading, you need to define which pass you would enable. You will have all the passes, whatever the options available in your ECC application. Again, see, we have different types of repositories. We have repository for ECC, we have repository for LDAP, we have repository for Linux, we have repository for Java applications. So as per the repository type, SAP has maintained all the attributes. It means whatever an identity contains, the values, roles, group name, parameters, their favorites, all these will be maintained in the job passes. So you need to enable that pass. For example, I want to load the users of the ECC application. I don't need their groups. I don't need their privileges. Okay, I don't need their parameters. Then I can disable those passes so that that information will not be fetched into IDM. Understood?
So are the passes default of SAP or they are configured after the installation?
No, default passes. Default passes, but we can also create the custom passes. Again, in order to create custom passes, I'll show you how we can create, the custom passes. Okay, in order to create custom passes, sometimes you need to get assistance from the developer. Sometimes there might be a requirement that you need to write a script. Understood? So developers developers can write the script. Again, in every IDM project, there must be one developer who could assist, the administrators to write the scripts. Mainly we do have developers especially for writing the scripts. Coming to other objects, we can manage packages, we can create different type of content. As we are very much aware of the security concept, so we can create any required content without the help of developer. But when it comes to scripting, we need to get their assistance.
Okay, thank you.
So this is what are the URL for IDM end users. So all IDM end users will have to access this URL to log in to their account. This is HTTP hostname port ID. Got it. So anywhere the communication takes place with the host name and port number, because I got a lot of doubts from different participants. So whether we need to maintain standalone or we need to integrate it, whether you maintain standalone system, or you can also install each and every component separately on separate host. The only requirement when it comes to the users or even for the administrators, host name and port, which will allow you to get insight. Understood? One IDM has number of components. Those number of components can be installed on separate hosts. For example, database is separate, AS Java is separate, runtime components are separate, VDS server is separate, Dev Studio is on a separate host. So we don't need to know whether it is on a separate host or not. We just need to know the host name and the port. That's it. Understood? Okay. So user interface. When it comes to end user interface, to access main identity user interface containing the self-service tab and manage tab. Self-service is what? Or the common tab available for all the users in identity management. Okay. Access to the self-service task. You can request for new access. You can request for a new role, or you can request for a change password, right? So you can perform or you can maintain your own data by using this self-service task. Then, having this end user, you can perform the approvals. But again, this self-service is available only for, this self-service is available for all the users. Coming to the other tabs, as we can see here, to manage, view reports, history, it all depends on the access assigned to you. If you have the access of approval, then only you can find this tab. If you don't have access, if you are not assigned to this access, then you get only this tab in this IDM user interface. Okay? IDM interface. Manage tab. So this is what the important tab of IDM interface, from where you can manage all the entry types. Using this manage tab, you can create identities, you can change identities, you can delete identities, you can manage roles, you can create roles, you can change roles, you can delete roles, again you can create groups. So all the entry types are managed by the manage tab. And in order to use this manage tab, you must have access to it. Understood? View reports. So you can also, view the IDM reports, whatever the tasks have been performed, who performed the task, or date and time of the task. That information you can find from view reports tab. Then history, provide status and history of the task executed by the user. So whatever, the task you have performed using your account, that information will be available in the history tab. And then we have admin user interface, and this interface access will be given to only IDM administrators, not to the end users or the business users. The only difference of the URL is IDM URL, it ends by IDM, then admin URL after IDM / then admin. Access to the administrator tabs of the identity management. So this is what IDM admin interface, and in IDM admin interface, we have different tasks available to perform, and this IDM admin interface will be assigned to only the IDM administrators, not to the end users or business users. Again, how many tools we have to access IDM? To perform IDM administrative task or development task or security task? 3 interfaces: Developer Studio, end user interface, which can be accessed by end user, business user, and administrators as well. And then a separate interface called IDM admin interface, which can only be accessed by the IDM administrators. Understood? And we'll see what, the tasks are available in IDM admin user interface. Monitoring tab. So by this monitoring tab, you can monitor, dispatch. You can monitor the job. You can monitor, the logs performed, the jobs executed. Job execution, you can monitor the dispatch status. You can monitor the repository status. Got it? You can monitor the logs created in the IDM application. So it means most of the monitoring activities, all the monitoring activities of IDM application are available under the tab called monitoring. Trace and views. So we have tracing concept in SAP IDM, as we do trace using trace or ST01 or ST05 in a web-based application. So we can also trace in IDM. Okay. So the tracing, we have a tab, and this tab is only available in IDM admin interface. So you can trace the user activities. You can also trace, the job executions. You can also trace the task execution that is available. Then transport functionality and configuration. So what you can do is you have a tab called transport. Using this tab, you can export and import the configurations, and what configurations we can export and import, that we will see in the system. Configuration history. For example, you have configured one repository. You have configured ECC repository. You have configured Active Directory repository. So you have configured, different repositories, and all that configuration information will be available in configuration history. You can find who has created the repository, who defined, the repository values, date and time. All that information you can find in configuration history. Then we have system parameters. Okay, view and change configurations. So we have system parameters of the IDM. So we can define those system parameters in system parameters tab. Statement execution. You can find the SQL statements executed in the statement execution. Analyze the performance of the SQL queries using this. Then you have message template, view and analyze message template. So we know about the message templates as we have seen it in SAP GRC 2. So these templates are used for the notification purpose in SAP IDM. Okay. So this is what we need to do now. We have to create the identity store, and then we'll see the entry types and the attributes. Entry types and the attributes. Okay. We'll see all the entry types, all the attributes, and we'll see how we can create the custom attributes, how we can change. So all this information we'll see in the system. Just let me try to access the system. Hello, hi everyone. The server is down, unfortunately. So should we wait for some time?
Yes. If I just
And
wanted
meanwhile,
to.
if you have any doubts, you can ask. Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
please.
So the three ways you said, the admin, the end user, and if possible, now that we have time, if you could show us how developer has to to developer studio. So could you just show us that as well in the system once?
The system is down. That's what. Yeah. So the system is down. We just need to wait for some time. And meanwhile, if you have any doubts,
yeah, related to the entries in scheme this identity store. So you mentioned in the manage tab, we would be able to do anything related to entries. So is it like manage is like can we make any modifications to the entries, or is it like reporting purpose in manage?
we can make changes to the entries in IDM Developer Studio. For example, MX underscore person, which is the entry type for storing the users. Okay, what modifications you can change? Assume you have, for example, email in your backend system. In the backend system, the attribute email is different than your IDM attribute. There you can change it. For example, primary email or first email, second email. Assume it as first email, second email. Here in IDM, it is primary email and secondary email. That you can change. Got it? Or you can add some additional attributes. For example, there is an attribute in a particular application, like the applications on the application .NET or different application. So that application has some different attribute, and here we have some different attribute. That attribute mapping we can do. We can change, we can assign a new attribute to the entry type, which is not exist in IDM, but it is exist in the backend system. Such modifications, such changes we can do, and that is using IDM developers tool, not by the IDM interface managed tab. Managed tab is nothing but, if you have seen, if you have worked in SAP GRC, access request management, it is as same as access request management, ARM stream. In ARM, what we do, we create users, right? So the same way we create users using the managed tab. We create roles using the managed tab. Understand? We can assign roles to the users using managed tab. We can delete, the assignment using the managed tab. It is nothing but, ESU0 on NPFCC of IDM we can see. IDM application.
So if it is so if it is the same of that one, then even in manage we can when you say we can create users. So so in Developer Studio also we can create users, right?
No, we cannot create users. We don't have any option of creating users in Developer Studio. What options we'll have mostly the development work in Developer Studio. For example, forms. Okay, forms means what? Creating user is one form. Understood?
Okay, yesterday we have whatever we have seen, that is Identity Center then.
Yeah, Identity Center.
Where we have created Rahul 9 user.
No, that we have created in AS Java UME, but we added in Identity Store, Identity Center.
Yeah,
See,
we added it in Identity Center.
Earlier, there was just an Identity Center. Now this Identity Center is a part of the IDM Developer Studio. Simple. No need to get confused. We work in IDM 7.2. So Identity Center, how you used to access Identity Center, there was an icon on which you simply double click.
And it will open. Yeah.
Same way here, we open Developer Studio, and after we open Developer Studio, Identity Center is available. Identity Center has become a part of Developer Studio. It means Developer Studio is just a container now.
Okay, and so when we say that we can create users in Manage tab, so is it like we are creating users in IDM application to IDM application, right?
No, again, once we create identity store, we load the identities from ECC, we load the identities from AS Java. So after we loading, how we can provision, that I'll show you. This is specially for provisioning purpose.
Okay. So to have the user details information in the identity in the identity store, so that any request coming from for that particular user, the information would be available in the system.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And if we have, so we when we are using, so is there anything like primary data source or kind of thing? Only that particular, so here, let's say when we are having the person information in the IDM database, so we will be syncing that LDAP information through the jobs, right? Normally.
Yeah, exactly.
So only the, so we from where we are copying that information, that data will be residing here.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever the data we bring from different repositories. Repositories are nothing but the backend systems. Okay, either we can say the target systems. Instead of saying backend systems, you can say the target systems. So
anything like primary kind of thing. So let's say when we are syncing from LDAP and later we are syncing from ECC. Okay, already existing in the system. So in anything mapping that would be done, maybe you might be discussing with this later, or I'm not sure whether only for just out of curiosity I'm asking.
Yeah, we can do that. but same user exists in both the repositories.
So in
different privileges.
primary, if the user is coming from LDAP, then it should not be overwritten by the other job that is coming. We are syncing from it.
No, we have a concept called delta. So if we enable delta is what coming to GRC, we have synchronization. We have full synchronization. Then we have what we call it is
incremental.
Incremental. So such incremental concept we have here in IDM, and that is called delta. So you just need to enable the delta so that it won't be overwritten. Whatever the changes have been made in the backend or in the system, source system or the target system, only those changes will be reflected in IDM, not overwritten. It won't be overwritten. We must enable delta. Yeah.
If we have sync jobs, so users are getting synced into IDM, right? So why we need to again create the users using managed tab?
No, we don't create it. We don't create it. Just we create the users. You have the option.
Okay.
You have that option. You can simply run a job and you can also provision it. You can manually create it using managed tab. Managed tab is not only for creating the users, for managing all the identities. Industry. For managing all the identities, you have managed tab.
Identities or entries of those identities?
Entry types, all the entry types, not only the identities, all the entry types available in IDM are maintained by the managed tab. At least you need to create roles for IDM users, right? IDM admin users, right? You also need to provide IDM admin access.
Yeah, we have. Let's say this. Normally, we get request, right, to provision the user in IDM. So that request itself is also an entry in the system.
Sorry.
We get a request, right? So normally we get a request to provision some user. So in managed tab, in managed tab, we can also see those request details. What requests have come for that particular user?
No, that you will find in the approvals tab. In the managed tab, you won't find that. You will have the approval tab where you can find all the requests you get for approval purpose.
Not for approval purpose. Let's say monitoring purpose. Let's say.
That you can find in the monitoring. Different tabs we have for different purposes. But coming to the request details, you cannot see it using managed tab. You have the other options and you have the other tabs.
Okay, but maybe it might be customized in our case. So in our case, we can see the request details also in the managed tab itself.
Then we need to check. We'll check anyhow. No worries. We can customize as per the requirement. We can do any kind of customization. No problem. We'll see that. We have, the managed tab. Whatever we define, in the forms, that will be appeared in the manage tab. Creation, display. You can also display the information of identities, roles, groups, dynamic groups, technical, everything that you have to define it in the forms. Okay. However, you define the form, the behavior of the managed tab will, appeared in, the behavior of the forms will be appeared in managed tab.
Okay. Yeah. So what I see is there is a unique ID for all the
entries in IDM.
Yeah, in this
object that's created in IDM, it will have a unique ID.
So is it the same as MSK?
That is called MSK value.
Okay. But coming unique ID and but we see instead MSK value is something like a number, right? It's something number.
Yeah, number, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Number 2, 3, 23, 103 like that.
Oh, okay. Okay, fine. So what I thought is for everything we have a unique ID. Even for the request also, we have an unique ID in manage. We can see all. Yeah. So what I thought is for everything which is coming in part of the entry type. So entry type, for every entry type there will be unique ID, or for attributes also there could be unique ID.
For any object created in IDM, whether it is entry type or attribute or role or anything you create in IDM, whether it is a package, whether it is a process, whether it is a task, got it, whether it is a pass, every object you create in IDM will have one entry, MSK value.
The first name, last name.
Even first name will have one entry, MSK
value. Okay. But so first name can be repetitive, right?
Oh yeah, first name can be repetitive. I mean, I'm talking about the attribute. You don't create the first name, right? You define the first name.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
process
I got.
Is what you create a process. When you create a process will have a MSK value. When you create a package, you will have MSK value. When you create a form, you will have MSK value. When you create a role, you will have a MSK value. You don't create first name, last name, right? But you again create a attribute of the first name. That attribute will have a MSK value. Not Ramesh. First name, last name will have MSK value. Got it, Ramesh?
Yeah, I got that one. So coming to this task then, task names will be different. So for every task name, there would be MSK value. Only for task, there will be an MSK value.
No, for every task you create in IDM will have its own MSK value. Any task you create. Whether you create a task, forms will have MSK value.
So it is also like a value of the task, right? When we are creating a task.
Value of the task. For example, I am creating a task or I am creating a process. Okay, I am creating a process. The process would be for, the dynamic roles. I am creating a process for a dynamic role. Okay, so for example, if the user belongs to Delhi, this is the role to be assigned to the user automatically, right? So that task will have the MSK value. Object creation, any object, new object creation will have MSK value. Got the concept.
Okay. Couldn't follow much, but yeah, okay. I'll park my questions
no
for
problem.
now.
That's very simple, basic concept. Once we get into the system, that will be displayed very simply. Because IDM in IDM MSK values are very simple. In other applications, you will have a very big, unique ID. To collect the unique ID, it will have 15 to 20 digits or even 30 digits. If you take LDAP to get MSK, every application will have unique ID, right? So in LDAP, if you want to find the unique ID will have around 25 to 30 characters, which will be very difficult to, remember, which will be very difficult to write or find. But in IDM, you will have hardly max 4 digits again, as far as I have seen. So you will have hardly 4 digits, which would be very easier. Got it.
Yeah.
And which version of IDM you have now? Or are you upgrading a 7.2 to 8?
Yeah, it has been already upgraded to 8. Yeah, that is what. Previously we were on 7.2. Now we are on 8.
Okay. Any doubts? Any doubts from others?
Irfan, is there a way we can check the audit log, like the users that are deleted or the...
Yeah, 100% there must be, because this is what, all about the identities. We have and we must have that information. without audit logs, how we can, manage all the
Yes,
audit.
yes,
Yeah,
yes, but we are in 7.2 and we were there was a user deleted from the system and could not find the audit log from the admin URL also.
okay. But you will find all the audit logs in monitoring tab. In monitoring tab, you will have audit logs. And in your case, I think, when did you check after user got deleted? Because we have housekeeping jobs. Okay, so it is linked to housekeeping jobs. So the jobs will delete all the audit logs after 5 days, or after 2 days, or after 7 days, or after 10 days, or after 30 days. That you need to check.
Yes, I think it is maintained as for like 20 days or something. So after that, we don't have the data for the previous days.
Yeah. That's the
So
case.
that is why we might not get the data.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
housekeeping jobs.
that might be the reason.
Yeah, that might be the main reason, because we must have all the logs available, and coming to housekeeping jobs, maintain a little bit bigger value. So even if something goes wrong, we should be able to get 1 month data. So that's the best thing for defining the housekeeping jobs. Especially audit logs must be maintained for a longer period. But still you can get it. So you will also have backups, right? You will have weekly backups and all that. So if it is very, very important, then in that case you can recover. You can use recovery tool and then go back to that particular data and find the information. There is a possibility. So that's the thing.
So when you say,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, please.
Sorry to interrupt. So when you say we got backup, you mean we need to maintain the backup, right? And that is how
No,
we
that is
need
not
to
our
retrieve that
response.
stuff.
That is done by the basis team.
Okay.
Backups are always maintained by the basis team, and will not have any involvement in the backup. And the main reason for IDM to be little bit, tough and complex, it is on AS Java, and we are not very much used to AS Java. People who are working in securities are not used to AS Java. That's the main reason. And in AS Java, you will have a lot of configurations. So even if one configuration has issue, the whole system won't work. And you also need to learn the basics of few AS Java tools like NWA tool you need to learn.
And for entry types, you mentioned those tables, right? I think MX person, MX privileges and all.
Yeah.
So they will be different. So for all the entry types, there is no table. It would be different for different entry types.
I mean, I didn't get your question.
So let's say I have an MS key value. I have an MS key value. I would like to. This is Ramesh. So I have an MS key value. So if I'm trying to, I would like to get the value associated to that MS key value. Would we be able to get it from particular table associated with that value, or we need to understand which entry type that MS key or which attribute is that MS key before getting it from the DB?
No, actually, I didn't get your question, but coming to your question, what I could say is every entry type will have table, right? I mean, entry type, I'm not talking about every, entry will have a separate table. Understand? So if it is MX underscore person, you might be having some thousands of, identities. Those will be stored only in one table. Got it, Ramesh?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, So,
One more
okay.
question.
Yeah,
So
please. Yes,
yes.
please.
So when we must have standardized tables in the SQL in a database, right?
Yeah.
So are we going to cover some standard tables and their data, like
Yeah,
just in
no
case to
problem. I'll show you that. I'll show you. Anyhow, we have already seen one table where all the,
yes,
developer administrator
admin.
users get created,
Yes,
right?
right.
So
Yes,
first
that we
when
have seen. So the standard, yeah. So
very,
when we
very
create
simple.
users,
Yeah,
end users,
yeah.
and with respect to one such example, you can show us the entry type and or a
Yeah,
standardized table,
No,
so
I'll
that would
show
be
you.
great.
Very simple information. Anyhow, for every database, you will have views. Okay, if you are not even having the full, the knowledge of database, but every database will also have what we call views. So if you go to the views of users, you will find all the information you require. Hope you have some idea about view. What is a view, right? So,
Yes.
view
So
is
for
what,
the table, the
yeah,
corresponding view.
yeah. So for you can find the information of all the users, all the roles, groups, privileges, dynamic groups. If you just check the views, you can easily find the information. But in live scenario, you may not have access to DB directly. You might not have access to database.
Okay, that is fine. But when you create an example and when you show
No
us,
problem.
so it
I'll
would
show
be
you that. I'll definitely show you. Don't worry. As we have full access to database and the other components, I'll show you.
sure. Fine. Thank you.
Any more queries?
Irfan Devendra over here.
Yeah.
Hi. At the start, I have asked, like, whenever I'm trying to log into SAP Identity Management for Developer Studio, I was getting an error login failed unrecognized SSL message. So is there any values that we have to maintain over there?
We just need to maintain one value. What you need to do is every user will have his own workspace. Okay.
Okay.
In that workspace, you will have one file. Okay. Just what you need to define is you need to define. Let me show you. There might be. Yeah. So this is the one. What you need to do is you just need to go to your user ID. Okay. For example, yours is IDM 008, right?
Yeah, mine is 05.
05, no problem.
Yeah.
Just go to users IDM 005. Then you will have a directory called metadata. Under you will have plugins, and then then plugins, and then you will have one directory called org eclipse core runtime, and then you will have settings. Okay. Under this setting directory, you will have a file name. This is the file name.
Okay.
This is the file name. Open it in Notepad. You can take a screenshot of this.
Yeah.
You can take a screenshot of this path. Okay. What you can do is just go to this directory, and then you will have this file. Open it in Notepad, and you just define is underscore HTTPS
equals
to false.
Okay, got
it. And it should be on the last line. It should be a last
line. Okay,
whatever the lines you have, just skip them. Add this line. Okay, give it, and then restart your Eclipse.
Okay.
You always have to restart. If you have made any changes to your workspace, you must restart your Eclipse.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay,
we do one thing. So we'll have 15 minutes extra tomorrow. We'll continue 10 to 1:15 tomorrow. Okay? And we'll stop it here. Is that okay with everyone? So what we have discussed in our last session is we discussed about IDM application on Java system properties, and we also discussed about IDM Dev Studio Java System Properties. We have configured it successfully, and we also discuss about the purpose of all the parameters. Okay. So today we'll start with identity store. We'll first configure identity store, and then we'll discuss about the entry types and the attributes. We'll also discuss about how we can create a custom attribute, how we can create custom entry types, and we'll...
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which programming language is commonly used for customizations and extensions in SAP IDM? Option A, Java. Option B, Python. Option C, C++. Option D, PHP. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Ready to become a master of managing identities? Our SAP IDM course is here to guide you through it. You can learn at your own pace, right here on our platform. Throughout this course, you will delve into SAP IDM, which is like a handy toolkit for managing identities, ensuring they're where they need to be. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks. It's crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are pros in the field with years of experience. They're here to support your learning journey and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. But here's the best part. It's budget friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. So, are you ready to become a SAP IDM Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.
Also discuss about the authorization process for accessing IDM user interface and IDM admin interface. Okay. So let's start Developer Studio. And meanwhile, we will also record the screenshots. Let's close this. The ID we have is India. That's fine. We discuss about the user, how we can create ID, develop administrator, we'll also see.
Your voice is very low.
So we'll also see the difference between developer and sessions. Yeah, Basha. Okay. Now is this okay?
Yeah, okay.
Now?
Yeah, okay.
No problem. So just what we are going to do now is we are going to create the identity store. Okay. Just select the identity center, right click on it, and then click on new and then identity store. So you can provide any name. I'm defining it as TCS ID store. Okay. And we also need to provide the user ID. Right. So we need to provide IDM admin user ID. So we have two administrator users. One is IDM admin and the another one is Rahul. But let's go with the default. Click on OK. As we discussed, the first identity store will always have, the unique value is 1, which is already maintained in Java System Properties, and let's see what value we get. This is what MS key value of the identity store. Okay, MS key value of the identities. Fine. So we have successfully created the identity store. As we discussed, identity store will have identity store schema. Identity store is the main component, okay, where all the entry types, attributes are created and maintained. Okay. So this is what identity store, and just expand this identity store schema so you get the entry types and the attributes. Let's see what entry types we have. It's taking a little bit time, let's wait. Okay. So all the standard default entry types will have prefix called MX. You cannot create the custom entry type with the reserved keys MX and SAP. Okay. So we have MX underscore application, we have for MX underscore async request, company address, dynamic group, MX underscore group, pending value, MX underscore person. This is what the main entry type, which is responsible to store all the identities in IDM. Okay, so MX underscore person is what? The main entry type, which holds the identities of identity store. We have MX underscore privilege, as we discussed. We have MX underscore role and privilege. So which entry type holds the role and which entry type? So MX underscore role is for the technical role, business roles. All the business roles are stored in the entry type called MX underscore role, and all the backend business application roles, technical roles are stored in MX underscore privilege. We have MX underscore report. So the report you create, even the developer creates the report, so that would be stored in MX underscore report. We have MX underscore XML provider, and we have MX underscore SFSF target. Okay. So these are the entry types we have. Let's see one entry type, what it contains. I can see some general information of this entry type as we discussed. So it has one unique ID. All the entries in IDM will have, unique ID. And this MX underscore person entry type ID is 6, and the name of the entry type is MX underscore person. Description, identity entry type, searchable entry type. So it has to be searchable. When you are searching an identity, it has to be searchable. And then we have some forms which we don't discuss now. Okay. Then let's see event processes. So we also have the concept of processes. We'll discuss that in detail in our coming sessions. Then we have relations. So it will now show you relations with the other entry types. Currently no relations with other entry types. And the important area of this entry type is attributes. Let's see what are the attributes defined for this entry type. So I can see, there are a number of attributes available for this entry type. As we discussed, MS key value is the standard, the attribute assigned to all the entry types available in ID. Okay. So MS key value, display name, and we have, 4 columns. Okay. Allow, mandatory, and list. So this we'll see. Okay. Properties. So allow, for example, okay, let's see the attributes first. Display name, MX underscore last name, first name, description of the identity, then academic title, address, city, and then we have approvers, we have not Q1, we have MX underscore certificate, and then we have fax primary, company code, cost center, we have position ID, salutation. So these are what, the different attributes.
No, all the standard attributes you are saying, right?
Yeah, all are standard attributes. Right. So these are what the language attribute we have, who has made changes to this attribute that will also be available. Okay, these are the attributes we can see now. Okay, so this is what title, MX underscore title supplement, and then we have address name, one address language, house number. These are what the attributes we can see. Most we have all the attributes, most of the attributes are available for the entry type MX underscore. We'll also see the other entry types so that we can see the difference. Now, hello. So it means these attributes are allowed for this entry type MX underscore. Okay. So all these attributes are. For example, if I uncheck one particular attribute, okay. So reference user or salutation, okay. Sorry. Let's see title submit title submit this. So I'm just unchecking this and then click on save. So it gets saved. And now when you create an identity, you will not have this attribute. Understood? You will not have this attribute in the form. And then we have mandatory. So when you are creating an identity, you must define a MSKey value and the display name. Understood? MSKey value and display name are mandatory. Then entry type is also mandatory when you are creating an identity. So you also need to define the entry type. What entry type you are creating?
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. So these are SAP default, right? This
Yeah,
whatever.
Yeah.
You can customize as per our.
Yeah. Yes, we can customize as per our requirement. We can also create the custom attributes and custom entry types. Mostly we don't need to create custom entry types. No problem. I'll also show you how we can create. Okay, we have an exercise, few exercises. Okay, we'll do that wherever it is required. Okay. Again, okay. So this is what the mandatory. I can see few mandatory tabs. First name, last name, MSKey value, and MX underscore entry type. And then I don't see many. Okay. So these are what the mandatory attributes. You cannot, skip these attributes when you are creating an identity. And along with that, the important one is, see, this is what we have list. It is allowed, but it also has to be listed, right, when you are creating an identity. Understand? It also has to be listed. So I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, and very few I can see, but when we create an identity, we'll get to know what are exactly listed. Okay. So let's see one more identity.
So, hello Irfan.
Yeah, please. Who's this speaking?
Yeah, this is Rushikesh. Can you please let me know the type MX async request? Like what is the use of that?
We'll see. We'll discuss about all these entity types wherever it is required. So we have, requests synchronization that we will discuss. There we'll discuss. Okay. Don't worry. I'll cover everything. So wherever it is required, I'll explain. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
So coming to MX underscore privilege, and the entry type of the MX underscore privilege is 10. Okay, ID is 10. And then we have name, description, it is searchable. Identity entry type, no. Okay. So there are no forms attached to this entry type. We can also attach the default forms to these entry types. Okay, and we have not yet created any forms. Okay, we'll see that.
Entry type.
Sorry?
Identity entry type, context entry type, what is the difference between those?
See, the difference is what identity will have, IDM will have entry types, right? We have seen the entry types. So, you know,
Okay.
what it is saying that if you are selecting this, then this will be available for identity entry type. So we don't want it to be, available for identity entry type, and we don't want it to be available for context entry type. We have the concept of context entry type. We'll create that. We'll create custom context entry type. Context is what? I can create, you know, one entry type. Okay. It is a context based. I can define some conditions in that. If that condition, you know, matches, then a particular event will take place. Understood? That we will discuss. Don't worry. I will be explaining everything.
Okay.
No worries for that. Okay.
Just a question.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to ask, when you said listed, so where is like how? What is the emphasis on
that
listed?
we can see while we create an identity, and we have not yet, you know, imported the packages. Once we import the packages, we get the forms, and then we'll get the option to create an identity where we can see what is visible, what is listed, and what is mandatory. That we will see. I'll show you that. Don't worry.
Okay.
We'll import it after we discuss about, you know, these entry types and attributes. We'll import the packages. Okay. Then MX underscore privilege. Right. So then event process, no event will be processed if you create a privilege. I can also define an event. So whenever what we call whenever privilege is assigned to a user, I can define one event. Okay. That event I can define one process. So that process will be triggered. That we will see. Okay. Relations, no relations, MS group. Okay. This is, you know, this has some relationships. So MS underscore group, MX underscore person, and MX underscore. So it means this privilege can be used for MX underscore person and MX underscore. So here we have the attributes. So again, I can see, you know, only, you know, half of the attributes of MX underscore entry type are available for this MX underscore privilege, right? See here, I can see MX underscore MS key value display name, role type, access control, add member task, role task ID, approvals. Okay. So this you can see up to here. It means these you know, attributes can be used for MX underscore. If you go to MX underscore person, you can see there are a number of attributes available. Okay, for example, last name. You will not have last name for this MX underscore. You can add it, but you cannot use it. Understand? I can add it here, MX underscore last name, but that won't be used anywhere in privilege. Then we have, you know, first name, last name, and then the address city is also not required. So it is not available. It is available, but it won't be used anywhere. Anyhow, it is not available. It is not allowed for this MX underscore privilege. Okay. And then let's see the mandatory tabs. So I can see mandatory fields, MX key value. It means the role name is mandatory and the display name is also mandatory. Listed is what? MS key value, display name, MX underscore are listed. We'll see the difference between allow and listed. Okay. And now, for example, if you go to this description, now let's go to attributes. Okay. Now these are the available attributes, standard available attributes SAP has delivered. These are the attributes. So let's see, let's on attribute and let's see what it contains, how we can assign it to other entry types.
What are the attributes there in MX entry types? All will be here, there, right? In attributes.
It might be, because there are few attributes which may not be required for user, right? There are few attributes which may not be required for role, which can be used for creating user, right? All attributes are available. Understood?
Okay.
So
is there having additional attribute which is not there under entry types?
it might be. It has to be. For example, I can see, context attributes. Context attributes may not be available for the entry type MX underscore person. It may not be used, right?
But it will be used in some other entry types, right?
Yeah, we can use, and if it is not even available, we can also add it. That I'm showing you right away. Okay. If it is not available, for example, I can see there are few attributes which may not be available for this MX underscore privilege. I can add it now. We'll see how we can add that.
And Irfan, so do we create a custom attribute?
Yeah, we'll create. I'll show you how we can create a custom attribute. Don't touch.
What my question is, there are in MX underscore person entity type, there are 10 attributes are there. Okay. In MX underscore privilege, there are 10 attributes are there. The 10 plus 10, those 20 attributes will be here, right? Will be in this attributes list, right?
I didn't get you.
Yeah, this is Naveen. So if you go to MX underscore person, there are just to say there are 10 attributes are there. Okay. In MX underscore privilege, there are 10 attributes are there, which are different. Okay. So we have 20 attributes. So 20 attributes in MX underscore person, MX underscore privilege. So those 20 attributes will be available in attributes list, right?
100%. It has to be available. All whatever the attributes assigned to these entry types must be available here.
Okay.
The one which are available here, that can only be assigned, that can only be available for these entry types. Understood?
Okay. If we create attributes, okay.
Yeah.
If we create attributes, will be affected into the entry type?
That I'll show you. I'll show you. Just wait. We'll go step by step. Okay.
Okay.
So now first name. Let's check this first name attribute. We'll see what it has. So I can see attribute ID 398 and this is the name of the attribute and this is the description. Okay. Then let's go to storage. Just want to see. Okay, system attribute. That's fine. Presentation. Okay. This is the display name. Okay. That is fine. Number of lines. So number of lines, 5 lines are available. Validation, no validation, there is no event process defined. Okay, that is fine. This is what the important. Now, this attribute called MX underscore first name are having these many entry types. So it is only allowed for 2 entry types, that is asynchronous request and then MX underscore person. Understood? MX underscore application we don't use. For company address, what is the need of defining last name or first name? Because last name, first name can be assigned to user only. That's it. And now here for MX underscore person, it is listed for asynchronous request. It is just allowed, not listed. We'll see the listed and not listed concept. Okay. Got it. Now what I can do is, for example, I want this, anyhow, it won't be used here, but I want this to be available for MX underscore privilege. And if I go to MX underscore privilege, I can show you it might be available because I can see all the attributes, but not, allowed checkbox is not selected. So the name is MX underscore first. anyhow it is not available. What I do now is, so I'm just making some changes. I'm making this attribute available for MX underscore privilege, MX underscore row. For two entry types, I'm making it available. Okay. Let's save these changes and we'll see what happens. It is saved now, and along with that, I also want to see it as listed, and that's fine. So let's save. Now it will become, it won't be used, just for testing purpose I'm showing you. First name is now available for MX underscore privilege, and it's a mandatory attribute and it is listed. So let's go to MX underscore privilege. Close this and then let's open it again so we get the updated information. Got it, I can see. Okay, this way you can also allow one attribute for the entry types. Got it. Okay, now what we'll do is, so these are the attributes we have. I just want to create custom. Create one custom attribute. Okay, this is the custom attribute I am creating. Just right click. Okay, name I am defining it as void. Okay, and then let's go to the entry types. For which entry types you want to make it available? I want to make it available for MX underscore person. It must be a mandatory attribute and it must be listed. Click on that. That's it.
Irfan, can you please go to storage tab in that one? So attribute type general attribute, and can you please show us what are other available?
Member of attribute, approval attribute. This is what the general attribute which can be applied for any entry type. If you are defining, for example, member of attribute, approval attribute, then it will be used for only approval purpose. System attribute. So anyhow we cannot create system attribute. Referral attribute. You can use it as a referral attribute. Very simple and basic concepts.
Okay. So do we have this explained in our standard document, Irfan? Just for our.
No, there is no. It is not. There is no explanation for this. Just by doing some exercises, you will get to know the usage. What you need to define. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so now we have MX underscore first name is enabled for MX underscore privilege in allow, mandatory, and list. So it is affected in the entry type. So if we make the same changes from entry type, will it be affected in attributes?
Yeah, we'll also see that. Okay. No worries. Now I can see MX underscore person. Let's close this and open it from here. Now we'll see MX underscore person. Okay. Now you'll find that entry. C underscore, C employee underscore. Got it. I just want to remove it. Let's see. Okay. Now let's close it. I just uncheck this mandatory list options. So now let's do it again. Let's see what we got. Okay. Now what we have here is introduce. Got it. Simple.
Got it.
So this is the way you can also define the custom attributes as per your requirement. Sometimes your backend system might have different attributes which are not available here in your IDM. Mostly it will be available. If it is not available, you can make changes and create as per the requirement. Okay. So this is fine. Now we know what is entry type, what is attribute, how we can create custom attribute. We'll also see how we can create custom entry type. We have few sessions. We'll create some dynamic groups and all that. There I'll be showing you how we can create even custom entry type. Okay. Okay. Now, okay. So what we need to do is we'll discuss about IDM interface and IDM admin interface. Okay, as we have successfully created identity store, so we can now access IDM interface and IDM admin interface, and we'll see what functionalities are available in IDM interface and IDM admin interface. Okay. Now let's close this. So the URL for IDM user interface is host name, port, and ID. So let's see whether we can, log in. Yeah. So I'm able to log in, but I can see an error message that access is denied. I'm not allowed. We need to provide access to users. Okay. How we can provide that? So let's log off this. Okay. Okay. For IDM interface, in IDM interface, what we can see we'll have self-service functionalities to do, handle approvals, manage tab, which we have discussed in the last session. We'll be proceeding. Okay. So we also need to assign some privileges in AS Java UM. As we have discussed, 3 user interfaces are authenticated in AS Java UM. One is Developer Studio, and the second one is IDM user interface, and third one is IDM admin user interface. For these 3 interfaces, the user authentication is done through AS Java. Okay? So what we need to do, we have to create a user. Understand? We need to create a user. So now, what we do is user. Okay, I'm now going to create a user, new user. User 7001 I'm creating. Okay. We'll also discuss privileges, password, which so the last name is mandatory here. User. Save. I have created a user successfully, and now let's create a role to provide access to IDM user interface. We'll see what privilege is required. So to access, IDM user interface, the mandatory privilege is IDM authenticated. This is the mandatory privilege by which user can access to IDM user interface, IDM and user interface. Okay? And then we have some other roles, administration and monitoring. We'll also assign that, and this is anonymous privilege. We'll also discuss this, where we have password self-service concept. Now, I'm creating a role. Okay, I'm just creating a role for providing IDM user interface access. Create a role.
So Irfan, this will be a business role, right? Whatever you are creating.
It's a technical role, and this role exists only in IDM, not in the business systems. Okay, it's not a business.
Okay, fine. Okay.
We'll create two roles. IDM authenticated. Okay. IDM authenticated. IDM authenticated.
Hello, Irfan. But
yeah, please.
yes, if I remember correctly, please correct me if I'm wrong. In the first session, you told us that the privileges are not created in the IDM portal. It is created from the backend, right?
Yeah,
Technical roles, I mean.
That's true. That's true. We are not creating any roles for the business applications. We are not creating roles for ECC, right? So we are not creating rules for ECC or any business application. We are creating rule only for the IDM application to provide access to the IDM application, not in the backend system or business systems or the target systems. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we don't create. We even will not have any option to create such things. Technical roles in IDM. We'll see that once we import the packages. Okay. Okay. Authenticated for UI. Assign actions. So I'll just assign only one access so that we can find the difference of different accesses. So we have IDM authenticated studio. This is the action required to access developer studio. Okay.
Hey there, ready to become a master of managing identities? Our SAP IDM course is here to guide you through it. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. Throughout this course, you will delve into SAP IDM, which is like a handy toolkit for managing identities, ensuring they're where they need to be. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks. It's crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are pros in the field with years of experience. They're here to support your learning journey and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. But here's the best part. It's budget friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. So, are you ready to become a SAP IDM Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.